Terrors hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. She-Ha tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-Ha tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. She-Ha tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Hearts won't break.
All right, let's try. There we go. Got a little bit of time with feeling. Sorry about that. I had to reconfigure my desk a little bit, so I had to reprogram my mic. Sorry about that. I am back. Starting 2 hours early. There we go. Sorry about that. Just another little bit of surf music. Yes, it is. So it is a lot. So that's one of the armies I have built. RK, it's actually it uses a lot of militia riflemen, and it's 8 She-Ha tanks with a couple militia squads. Basically, as infantry tanks, just take as many tanks as possible. They would all be inexperienced, but it'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, hey, happy early St. Paddy's Day for those of you who are partaking the Irishness. Right now what I'm working on is getting these riflemen finished so I can field them in our Malta game coming up. Yep, yeah. So it's 2 infantry squads. Each one has 1 officer, 1 Kipatai, and 2 5-man squads of militia rifles. And then with those 2 infantry squads taken, that allows me to take 2 armored platoons. Or those 2 infantry platoons taken allows me to take 2 armored platoons. I don't think it would be very good because they'd all be inexperienced, but it'd be fun. That's surprisingly, Matthew, it's a very Irish thing to hear. That sounds very Irish. There we go. Let me bring the mic a little bit closer here. Yeah, I was watching Morty stream and it ended, so I decided to kind of start mine early. You know, right as it ended, I don't want to, you know, run concurrently with him. I think that'd be rude. But it could be a fun little after party, and I got a whole lot to paint to catch up on my my Val, so I might as well kind of get these things knocked out. It's actually in a really good painting mood. It's one of those things like when you're in a painting mood, it's best to knock some stuff out. Because sometimes it can be hard to get in the mood, and that's when you just really don't paint your best. Yes, he did. Yeah, we're trying to get him to run longer. He wanted to finish some of his, what are those things called in 40k? FOBs, I guess? I don't know. I miss my heavy weapon teams. I don't know what an FOB is. So yeah, I'm trying out different paint schemes for the Imperial Japanese Navy, and then you have Imperial Japanese Army. So Army's gonna have tan uniforms, green, light green putties, like cloth putties, brown boots, leather boots, you know. For the Imperial Navy, I think I'm just gonna kind of sand down or kind of like smooth out their putties and just paint it as like black boots, like tall black boots, and they'll still have like leather web gear. Appreciate you guys hopping in though. I mean, that's pretty awesome. I start the the stream early without even saying anything, and people jump in. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate that greatly. You guys are awesome. All right, let me get back to some painting. Yeah, I would love to have like a full like massive Imperial Japanese Army. I'm slowly working on it. I do have to cut the heads off all these tankers and swap them out with the samurai helmets. So here, hold on. Oop. Here we go. Yeah, because I gotta replace those other tankers with these samurai helmets. CBs would be cool. Yeah, that actually be really awesome. Pretty easy to build actually. I have been cheating on y'all a little bit though. I do have a palette cleanser coming in between Conflict 47 and Bolt Action. I do have some Fallout factions. I have a lot of Wasteland Warfare and 2D20 stuff. I actually have the starter set for Fallout factions coming in, and I'll be building and painting those as well. But I'm not robbing this channel. I started a second channel. There's a link to it on my main YouTube page. It's a Tiki 2 Atomic Boogaloo. It's just for Fallout stuff, you know. So that's kind of fun. I have always been interested in Fallout, huge fan. So I have a bunch of stuff going on with that, and tabletop stuff with that as well. So it won't take away from this. You know, I still plan on putting out content when I can. Unfortunately, the spring and summer is my busy season, even though I was super busy this winter. But what's everybody else working on? I know Matthew, you're working on the whiskey you had to wrestle away from a skunk. So on his backpack, here, so I can zoom. There you go. So on his backpack, it's his the head that holds the shovel, that the scabbard would be leather, their main ammo pouch is leather, and then like the binocular pouch. It would actually make sense for an AT rifle team to have, you know, sets of binoculars and shovels so they can dig themselves in. Hey, what's going on, Bad Rabbit? Yeah, I decided to, since I was up, I was awake, and I was off work anyway, so right as Morty and Glory's stream ended, I decided just to kind of start mine, you know? I'll probably be going for a long time tonight, too. I got a lot of painting to do, so. Once I finish these AT rifles, I'll probably get started on the Locust over here. Oh, nice. Actually, I probably need to paint my my planes as well. RK. So the planes, I'm probably gonna paint them in my my Crimson Sky colors for my Treasure Hunter army. So I hope that's okay if they're kind of like weirdly painted aircraft. Hopefully that won't bother you. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, me, RK, Irish, and Trooper will all be meeting up on the 22nd, playing another game of Bolt Action, a second fictional battle for Malta. So for my force, yeah, he'll get to see it early. He's already seen the list. It's one infantry platoon for 750 points, all in one infantry platoon. It is, I want to say, I think it's a veteran officer with an SMG by himself. 4 all veteran 10-man IJA paratrooper squads, all rifles, but they all have AT grenades. 3 veteran lunge mines and 1 veteran AT team that you're looking at right here. So it sounds rough, and maybe it is, but I will be playing with the alternate, what I call the fun rules for Airborne for Bolt Action 3rd Edition. So we'll actually be dropping the die to simulate where the stick of paratroopers lands. So who knows where the fuck these kids are gonna scatter. So with that being said, I wanted to give them a fighting chance. So and it's pretty when I say historic, I mean like yeah, you know, within reason. But with these guys kind of dropping in, they at least have, you know, rifles and anti-tank grenades. So as paratroopers, they can get into trouble. You know, they can get behind lines, maybe blow up some tanks, blow up some AA guns, blow up some spotlights. You know, maybe take a bridge, blow up a bridge. Yeah, I mean we're not just in Florida, Bad Rabbit. I mean we're spread out pretty much among the southeast. We're building a pretty good little group here. Wood on the shovel handle. No, I get you, Matt. Yeah, I felt that. I think I was over in your and Matt Larkin's neck of the woods for a little while. I was actually supposed to meet up with Tabletop's command post. It's weird to say CP, but Tabletop command post when I went to Sacramento. But unfortunately, he was moving locations, so he wasn't able to play a game. Made me really sad. I thought that would have been really cool. He was even kind of excited because, like I said, a lot of people don't. How do I say this? People don't enthusiastically play Japanese in version 3, so he would have been pretty stoked. Yeah, so IJA are pretty easy. Like I said, the last thing I do, once I finish the whole model, is I go back over with Sindari Dust and get all the like spots I missed on their uniform, make sure their uniform is tan, and then I paint the basing for the Tiki Tears is just like hobby paint, a couple of thick coats, then I just put little grass tufts down. So, but for the putties, I do it the same like kind of. It's kind of like I wouldn't call it olive drab. It's almost more of like a green cloth, like a very light colored green. I use Death Guard green. Hey, Bonsai, what's going on, Francois? Yeah, I'm streaming early today. I'm going wild. He's off reservation. He's going rogue. I was watching someone else's stream and it ended, so I decided, I was like, hey, I'm already sitting here painting anyways. Let me just turn on the camera. As you can tell, I have a lot of pain to catch up on. So, a lot of tanks. But luckily, there's not a lot to these tanks. Like I said, it's just spray painting them tan. Doing the vineyard camo. Painting the tracks, painting the machine guns. And then painting the mufflers. That's really it. Oh, nice. I can't recommend the Wargame Atlantic. I know, I feel like, even though I like Warlord games, I feel like I shill more for a Wargame Atlantic. You just get, because I love kit bashing, so you get so much in the box. That's what got me to try Fallout Factions, because I said I love my Fallout stuff, don't get me wrong. I've had Wasteland Warfare miniatures for years, but they're resin, and they're 32mm. It's just kind of a pain in the ass, right? But their new kits that Modiphius is putting out, they made them plastic, and they made them to be kit bashed. It's literally like, hey, here's a bunch of torsos, here's a shit ton of heads, here's a shit tons of arms and weapons, like, go crazy. I'm like, okay, this is exactly what I've been wanting. So that's what got me to pull the trigger on Fallout Factions. I like a good plastic kit that's easy to be kit bashed. I think it's because I'm not like I said, I paint for the tabletop, right? So I paint for like the 3-foot rule, but I love to like model things, if that makes sense. Like I really like kit bashing and modeling things. So I appreciate a set that is made to look different. Like I appreciate companies that are like, hey, do you want your models to look different from everyone else's models, not just painting wise? Then here, knock yourself out. Yeah, they do. The other one the other one I recommend, especially if you're looking for 40K, but there's some stuff for Old World, or every now and then I'll steal parts for bolt action. Is Frostgrave, Stargrave, whatever you want to call it. They actually have really good stuff. I was talking to Pulp Alley, if you guys know that channel. I was talking about how I use the Aztecs box from Wargame Atlantic, and I use the Tribals box from Frostgrave Ghost Arpelago, and that's how I kit bash my for this army right here, for my militia riflemen. They're like tribal rifles, like Tiki rifles. They look pretty cool. There's also Pulp miniatures too. You can get a whole bunch of like really cool little custom minis to kind of go with your Parisian army to like really kind of make it look different. Everything from like Boxer Rebellion to like, I don't know, all sorts of really cool stuff. Yeah, I use their lizardmen. I use their lizardmen to make free Seraphim riflemen for my Old World army, for my Empire army, because it was all Merchant of Menace. It's like a privateer fleet, you know, because there is no Pirates of Sartosa yet, so I kind of made my own. So for my handgunners, I actually made quote-unquote Marines, and I figured what would make a really cool like ship-to-shore style Marine. I was like, oh, lizardmen, you know, because if you ever seen like an iguana swim, you know, like, oh yeah, this is gonna be perfect. So I have free Seraphim Marines for my privateer fleet, the Merchants of Menace. Also, if you need AK-47s, that's actually a really good box as well. The Lizardman box from Wargame Atlantic, because they come with you know, like Stone Age weapons. They come with spears. They come with muskets, and then they come with actual AK-47s and like gas masks and stuff. So you can do everything from, you know, Old World or like Torok looking shit. You know, it's a really good box. I think we talked about this, Arcade, but have you looked into Carnivale? All the different factions in Carnivale? The models are expensive. If you're in the UK, it's not, because you don't have to worry about the shipping. But if you're stateside, the models from TT Combat are very expensive, but they're very good. They're good sculpts, and they look absolutely... I use them a lot for D&D, actually, but... I always tell people who play, like, Black Templars, or people who are building, like, Imperial Navy or Rogue Traders, go take a look at, TT Combat's Carnivale line. Yep, I've heard that, Matthew. I have a box of them myself for like crossbowmen and stuff. Yeah, I see people do that. I see people do that a lot for like these Spanish mercenaries. It's gonna turn out well, man. I know exactly the box you're talking about. But yeah, if I had to recommend one box, especially for bolt action, if you're looking to, especially with your Parisians, or if you're ever doing anything with like North Africa or anything like that, surprisingly, as much as I like the World War One, I like the World War One boxes actually better than the World War Two boxes, but the World War One French box is absolutely amazing for like militias or, you know, native or indigenous forces for World War Two. Yeah, I think that's a box I'd highly recommend. The World War II has good bits, don't get me wrong, but they're very uniformed. The World War One stuff for the French is just all over the place. Everything from these small carbine style rifles, their regular rifles with bayonets, you know, their light machine guns, revolvers, like gas masks, and they also have like the armored helmets too. So if you're looking for like Voidsman, or if you're looking for Rogue Trader stuff, it's also another good box. Yeah. So that, for value wise, that would be the first box I would try, is the World War One French box. I recommend that to anyone who ever asks, like, hey, you know, if you get your box of like bolt action models and you're good to go, but like, hey, I want, it has that. You know, if you're a fan of Forgotten Weapons, you know, that's Ian's favorite machine gun. That's in there too. But yeah, that's why I recommend that World War One French box. It gives you so much to add on to the models you already have. All different types of like backpacks and pouches and hell. Oh yeah, it is a massive boost. Hey, what's going on, Bandai? Yeah, still painting, man. Yeah, the stream, it's a little different than Mordian's. This is kind of more of a like with the music, it's like a laid back, chill Tiki vibe. So we still joke around and stuff like that in here, but it's a lot more of kind of a laid back vibe to it. I haven't heard of Fear of the Dark. Is it like, I think you might have been telling me about this. Is it like Silver Bayonet and stuff like that, where it's like alternate history but like Napoleonic? I think you were telling me about this. So I had a lot of store credit with Modifius, and so I was tempted to get into Achtung Cthulhu for like, you know, Conflict 47 style RPG stuff, but I read a lot of reviews and it just wasn't tickling my fancy, you know? So that's why I went ahead and pulled the trigger with the Fallout stuff and just made a second channel for it. Yeah, oh god, I love Eldritch stuff. So it's one of those things where I am kind of superstitious. I don't know if it's because I grew up like in my younger years, like sailing and stuff like that, working on ships. I think I'm naturally superstitious, but one of the things that I know it's not real, but I still will never fuck with, is the whole Yellow King. Like, I swear to God, if I was walking around somewhere and someone's like, hey, we have a new play coming into town, you know, I'd be like, nope, absolutely 100% not, turning around, walking away, you know. It came to me, I actually had a dream about it one time, and it scared me literally almost to death. It's like the one Cthulhu Eldritch horror thing that I actually take serious, is the whole Yellow King play. Nope, absolutely not. Because I see it come into like books and movies, and I'm like, nope, 100% nope. Yeah, the Yellow King thing, absolutely not. Nope. I guess I'm pretty superstitious. Like I think on the on the Halloween stream, I told a lot of ghost stories. I was gonna see a shit ton of ghosts in my life. I blame it on being on ships. Ships and military bases are haunted as hell. Carry iron on everything. I think if my wife was allergic to silver and iron, I would sleep with one eye open. Has you ever been to Transylvania? I hear it's lovely this time of year. Hey, Evolution Gaming, what's going on, buddy? Squid Fist, howdy, howdy, howdy. Welcome to the stream, guys. I started super early just because I was sitting down painting, watching Morning Glory stream anyway. So when his ended, I was like, hey, let me just fire up the camera. I'm sitting here painting anyways. Oh, nice. You built them Fallstream Jaegers, man. What's actually cool is these guys are going to be part of my Imperial Japanese Army Airborne. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the name. So same thing, Bad Rabbit. I'll say it in the English way. I don't attempt to say things with an accent. So same reason why I don't pronounce the actual name of the IJA Airborne. But these guys are going to be dropping with some German Fallschirm Jaegers on a game we have coming up on the 22nd. I'll be working with my IJA Airborne. We're working with Fallschirm Jaegers to try and take a Maltese airfield. Yeah, I'm far from finishing my vow. I just need to get cranking on it. Hey, what's going on, Russell? Hey, thanks, brother. Yeah, I was sitting there watching morning stream painting, so I was like, yeah, let me just get started. Let me just fire up my camera early. I'll probably be going for a long time tonight. I gotta catch up on all this. I gotta cut the heads off these guys, replace them, spray primer all these tanks, and get striping. Fair point, Bad Rabbit, fair point. Mad Larkin, if I have mods, you would be my first mod, sir. But it's just a one-man show. It's a small show, but a chill show. You could be in command here if you want, Mad Larkin. No, I don't reign supreme at all. I just hang out with you guys. This is y'all stream as much as it is mine. This is like that chill locals bar you go to after you go clubbing all night, you know? Yeah, get some sleep, Russell, man. I hope you get some good sleep that you deserve, man. You were killing it in the other stream, man. You were a true pillar of the community, kind sir. Oh hell yeah! I've been drip feeding those, Matthew. I hope that's okay with you. I've been drip feeding those to my contact over in Warlord Games. The one thing I'm really hoping they do is let me rip this off real quick. Is I hope they the idea I told them, since this is all their miniatures anyways and all their bits, is for their Conflict 47 Japanese to put these samurai helmets, you know, with the starter kits. I think it's a very simple, and it's not me. It's not like I came up with it. I clearly stole it from Red Alert 3, you know. So I don't take credit for it, but I think it's a really cool way to really make the IJA pop out in Conflict 47, and they own the bits anyways, and it's all plastic. So, you know, just include a couple samurai helmet sprues in the box. So Mad Larkin, I apologize. I was busy basically shit posting. I didn't see what palette cleanse you're doing. I know you possibly might be taking a small break from the guard. What palette cleanse army are you looking towards? I'm super interested. So the reason why I don't put anything on Spotify yet, Bad Rabbit, I gotta do research. You can ask me the other guys in the stream. I avoid anything monetized like the plague. You know, I try to keep everything for free. So I'm not sure if there's any money that's gained from Spotify or how that works. I'll have to do research on that. But it is on the YouTube page, you know, so you're free to watch, look it up there. The only thing monetized is the merch, and all that money stays on screen, so you guys can see what goes towards the Clash of the Caribbean tournament. And actually, let me finish the canvas on this model, and I'll show you guys so far what the prizes are going to look like. I already have a lot of the prizes for the Clash of the Caribbean tournament, so I'll show you what they look like. Ooh, oh, I cannot wait to see your Noise Marines. Is that Emperor's Children? I think it is, right? That's Slaneshi Noise Marines. All right. All right, my super awesome stream. So here are the prizes we have thus far for the Clash of the Caribbean bolt action tournament. So I mostly went with German stuff because German, like it or not, is the most popular for bolt action and for Conflict 47. So first off, you're going to have a hold on, let me. There we go. So we got a... There we go. We got a Fallschirmjäger box. Super nice. Nothing too crazy. Just, there we go. 30 Fallschirmjägers still in box wrapped. So that'll be one prize. For the second prize, we actually have a Puma X. With the gravity pulse cannon. Yep. We also have Apache from Inglourious Bastards. And we have the General Nuts himself. So that's just some of the prizes we'll actually have. And the way the prizes works, there's no first place. No matter how many games we play, there's no first place. It's, yeah. No, the Puma just came with the plastic already torn. Like, it was wrapped, but the plastic was just clearly torn just from, I don't know, being a small box. But, so it's not really gonna be there'll be like a medal, you know, and stuff like that for like first place, but really it's gonna be for most talented, aka best painted, for most tactical, whoever had like the best tactics, regardless if they won or not, whoever had like the coolest ideas, and then the most Tiki, aka the most congenial or most sportsmanlike, and that'll probably be the biggest award. Yeah, I figured Germans are generally probably some of the easiest books. Most people have a German army, or they can at least have like an Op 4 for the regular army, you know? Yeah, so the backpack's going to be kind of canvas colored. Once I paint these like a dark green, it makes everything else in the uniform kind of pop out. But yeah, I give them tan uniforms, leather boots, canvas putties, canvas backpacks, some leather pouches. They're canteens. I do mine gray. I think they're really like, it's like a weird, what'd you call it? Almost like a grayish copper color. Ooh, that would be cool. Those would actually make some pretty cool Night Lords. I think the coolest Night Lords I saw, somebody had taken the idea of like Night Lords having a secret base on a planet underwater, and that's how they do like their terror strikes at night, is by coming out of the water, you know? So they kind of painted them more like Pirates of the Caribbean style, you know, like pirate skeletons, like, you know, evil sea monster style. So when they came out, they had all these like cool like subnautic style armor with like seaweed and stuff dripping off it. It was really cool. It was terrifying, which obviously with Night Lords is exactly what they're going for. Oh, bad rabbit. I think Russell clocked out, man. Yeah, he said he's been up for a while, so I think he's headed off to sleep. He was just checking just to say howdy, which I appreciate. He's a good lad. Good man, that guy. Yeah, it's like imagine every terrifying, like broken underwater animatronic you could ever imagine from a theme park. You know, and it's exactly what those Night Lords look like, and it makes sense for them. You know, the best way to have a secret base and do like terror raids would be underwater. You know? Like imagine the locals on the planet telling about these Chaos Space Marines that grab them and drag them under the water. Ugh. I was halfway tempted to put a to cut off some bayonets and put some bayonets on my 20mm AT rifles. I was tempted, but I didn't do it. I still might though. I just think they'll get broken off way too easy. I mean, this is already freakishly long. You know? I've actually tried painting these flags multiple times. I keep messing it up. I've tried to do like the meatball in the middle. I've tried to do the rising sun. I screwed up each time, so I think I'm just going to break down and have Mrs. Tiki help me with it. Yeah, they make all sorts of stuff to be absolutely terrifying. I always like the Night Alerts. They're always one of my favorite, I guess, Chaos factions. That said, I have my Crimson Fist. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name here for a second, but I don't really consider. I mean, consider them more Renegade Space Marine, not really Chaos Space Marine, if that makes sense. Canvas wrapping around the canteens. All right. Next, I think we're just going to go over the skin again, and then we'll go over the uniforms, and I'll leave those to be based. I think I need to do their helmets though. By the time I'm a simple guy, for my Tiki tears, I just go Buckman Glow. Super easy. For the militia rifleman, I will use Gilman Flush. And I think like between 2 to 3 light coats, depending on the shade of pigmentation that you're looking for. And then for my cult of Imhotep, my Egyptians, I generally go pretty dark on the Gilman Flush. This one even has glasses on. Nice. All right. Give me about 2 minutes while I get a palette, not a palette, literally just get some, so I can put some green paint down, and I'll start knocking the bases out for those guys. If we can't get them knocked out tonight. All right, and I'm back. Got the stuff I need, including my squeaky chair. All right, so I think we're gonna put the I put like a little bit of not really dealing, but like netting or grass tufts on my helmets. My special weapons, these could be like light mortar, machine gunners, anything like that, so I can put that on there. So we'll do that, as you can tell, or you may not be able to see because it's just off screen. The Locust mech is I put a couple of coats of primer on that so we can get started painting on that guy. Go. Always helps a little bit of the camouflaging. Doom Driver, nice. Hey, Squig Herder Sean, the man, the myth, the legend. Just a heads up, I am going to send you a package, kind sir. Been told I have a tiny package. No, what it is, I'm going to send you the models to paint, the Daughters of the Revolution, and I'm going to send you your commission in the form of some pipe tobacco. So since you won't let me pay you, I'll send you some pipe tobacco. Awesome, yeah. Honestly, no direction. You're more experienced than me. Whatever you think will look cool. I would imagine, you know, it's kind of like Red Alert style, like with the trench coats, maybe make them like red trench coats kind of. But other than that, man, whatever you think. I will let you have free artistic creativity with that. I have no Soviet, so there's not really any kind of theming I need to match with. There we go. So we're making progress on our AT rifle team. Yeah, he's actually seen the 10 I'm gonna send him. I forgot where I got it from. I got it from somewhere, and I think they said it was kind of a hard one to find. Is that contraband one or whatever that I showed you? So it's still in its 10. Yes, particularly if they have sonic weaponry. So the thing with the Soviets is they're not as good as the Germans, and they're not as good as their Riftech units. They aren't as good as the Germans, and are not as good as the Americans. But they're flexible and they have like everything. So with the Germans, you get horror units and like expensive mechs or walkers. With the Americans, you get really good heavy infantry and really good light walkers, right? And like really cool rift tanks. The Russians, but you know, when you play either one of those sides, Allies or Axis, you have to like kind of pick between the two. The USSR, you basically get access to everything. They have their own version. It's kind of like, hey, we have, you know, like I want a Big Mac, we have a Big Mac at home kind of thing, you know? That's how the Soviets are, like, you know, hey, I want, you know, Shrek Wolf, and like, we have Ursus infantry at home. I want Paragon, you know, Captain America's, we have Daughters of the Revolution at home. Yes, Bad Rabbit, great question, man. So, there's something I do for my vehicles. We had this discussion in the chat a while ago talking about Recce, and how the Recce or Recon rule, because I don't like saying Recce, how the recon rule works in bolt action. Some vehicles have the recon rule, so how do you mark the vehicles as having it? So what I like to do, to answer your question, Bad Rabbit, is go out and get some gauze. You know, cheap medical gauze. You can get it at the dollar store, wherever you want. Get some gauze, and then in a cup of water, get some PVA glue, or like school glue, some water, and just put in some green, you know, a little bit of green paint, different kind of stuff like that. And what you want to do is you want to kind of cut off the gauze, and you want to dip it in that water PVA glue and paint mix, right? And then you want to kind of like dip it in there and kind of pull it out and kind of spread it a little bit, wait for it to dry and set, and then you can kind of put that around your vehicles. It's like a camo net. And then on top of that, if you want to use like a spray primer to kind of get fancy with your designs, you can do that, or you can physically paint on your actual camo scheme. That's another way to do it. So it's not really like hydro dipping. I guess it kind of is. You're dipping gauze in water, paint, and glue mixture. It sounds weird, man, but it's fun to play with. It's cheap to play with, so you don't have to worry about making mistakes, and you can really kind of hone it in to get what you're kind of looking for. Oh, Squid Hunter Sean, doesn't matter to me, man. I would say, because I probably won't do a lot of snow stuff, so if I could say, I would probably say like an urban base. Any kind of like city rebel you think would work. Not a huge snow guy, so up to you, man. Yeah, actually, I think I do. Hold on. No, I don't, Bad Rabbit. I don't have a time code. I'm sorry. Just text, or not text me. Yeah, you don't have my number. Just message me on Morden's Discord or something like that. You know, or leave a comment on a video. Yeah, you know what? That's a good one. Just leave a comment on the video. You know, when the stream's over, and I'll answer it for you. That way, you always have it right there. Honestly, I can't stress enough, Sean, Squid Hunter Sean, do whatever strikes your fancy, because when you tell someone to do what they think is cool, it's gonna look super awesome. You know, so whatever you think will look cool, I guarantee you probably will. Like the other thing I was thinking, another idea just to float around. Don't take it as what you should do, please. Do what you think you're best at. But do you know how the brown coats look in Firefly? I was kind of thinking, you know, kind of like that. So instead of like a red trench coat, maybe like a brown one, kind of make them almost more, because the way I'll probably run them, actually, yeah, let me tell you how I'm going to run them, Squid Hunter Sean, and maybe that'll help kind of give you creative ideas. Is, so the Clash of the Caribbean, the big storyline behind that is it's a three-way war in Central, South America and the Caribbean. And so the Russians are down there, the USSR is down there trying to spread a communist revolution in Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. You know, and so one of the ways they're getting their agents in is that it's a traveling Russian circus. So, you know, like the bears that perform in the circus are actually Ursus infantry, you know, and a lot of the ballerinas and dancers and stuff like that, they're all actually daughters of the revolution. So if you want to make them almost more like covert, you know, like kind of undercover, so you want to get them all like brown trench coats and just like regular street clothes, but you can still have like the red hammer and sickle or gold hammer and sickle or whatever you think like that. You can do that as well. Like I said, so that's kind of how I use them, is kind of more undercover, you know, special operation style, kind of inserting in Central, South America, and the Caribbean to foster a communist revolution. Not getting political, it's just alternate history. So the cool thing is the Axis are trying to knock out the Panama Canal. That way they can prevent the U.S. fleet from kind of going from Atlantic to Pacific. And Japan, Imperial Japan, and the Third Reich, they want to secure South America for the oil and for the rubber and the gold. Obviously, the Germans want to set up bunkers so they can kind of build their 1,000-year Reich and kind of stash people away. You know, and the Imperial Japanese just want to completely knock out the Panama Canal. Whereas the Allies, the British and the Americans, are sending their OSS and their special operations down there to try and train and get the local forces ready. For those who don't know, the Mexican Air Force, the Aztec Eagles, they fought in the Pacific Theater. They actually sent a Thunderbolt squadron who did very, very well in the Pacific campaign. And then Brazil, and it was just highlighted actually in Warlord's new compendium. They talked about the Brazilian forces that they sent over there to fight in Europe. So you already have, you know, plenty of actual real-world Central and South American units and countries. So that's kind of the story we're building with. So that's kind of what I'm imagining for the daughters. Is they're kind of like the go-to, you know, covert operations for the USSR. I won't, sir. I will reply to it, Bad Rabbit. Ah, yes. I was sitting here, I was like blinking, like, what was I working on? Ah, yes, that's right. So I have their helmets done, so I'm going to do the same thing on the 2 helmets on the side of the half-track. That way you can tell they're not American helmets. So I have them, Matthew, but I haven't used them yet. I would imagine if you keep them with SMGs, if you keep them cheap, and you use them to get people out of cover, where I imagine they're really useful for is flushing out forward observers, either artillery, aircraft, or observers in buildings for artillery. You know, I figured that's probably where they're best at. You know, kind of drive them up in a truck, kick them off, and let them just run building to building and just literally kind of morph in there. Get in there with their SMGs and just kill those observers. Alright, there we go. That was the last piece I needed on my half-track was the... Oh, besides finishing the flags. I'll need Mrs. Tiki's expert help with that. She's the one to put the hieroglyphics on the tank, which she did an amazing job. I think the tank's haunted now, but it's pretty big suspicious. But yeah, you can see, you know, you can see the tools painted, the water can on the driver's side, but the fuel can's on the passenger side. I do need to finish the flags. You actually have Japanese medium machine guns in there. The little radio ring there for the commander. Commander's got his binoculars and everything. It was a fun little kit bash build, you know. Instead of actually getting a Ho-Ha kit, which are hard to find if you can find one, I just repurposed the American M3. All right, so let's get we're gonna try and finish these AT rifles first. So everything's done except for the basing. My basing is super easy. I'm a low talent, low cost kind of guy, so I just use really affordable, easy to find paint. Oh, where'd it go? Here it is. The brand is Apple Barrel. If you guys ever been to like any kind of hobby store, you've seen this. I use Christmas green. I put a couple coats and it gets this nice kind of dark base, and I just put down grass tufts and call it a day. Different models look different, so like I said, for like my more horror-based monsters, I use brown, and I use Sterling Battlemire. All right. As you guys can tell, I also have been working on my first, other than the tanks, which I guess these are my first Imperial Japanese Navy infantry. So I'm trying to make it kind of look like, again, I don't want the basing to be too complex. You can do some really cool stuff. I'm not that talented. I got a lot. I'm a quantity over quality kind of guy. So I want it to kind of look like a beach. So what I'm doing is I did like a dark blue. I think it's like ultramarine blue or whatever. So I did a dark blue. Here, let me turn the brightness down. I put down some PVA glue and I kind of let it bubble and dry a little bit to kind of give it that wet look. And then I painted back over it with blue, and then I just took white and kind of put like little surf lines. I don't know, you guys can let me know what you think. I'm just trying to get it to look like you could tell this is a guy on the beach. I don't want it too crazy. Oh, hey, you know what? No problem, Squidfist. I think Bad Rabbit will love it as well. I'll also put a comment on this video and I'll pin it up at the top. So what I do for my camo netting, your mileage may vary, is go to like a dollar store or a big box store and get medical gauze, like cheap little gauze roll. You know, medical gauze. Sorry, I know my accent's weird. A gauze, you know, you get like a medical gauze roll. So then you get like a cup. It could be like a plastic Dixie cup, doesn't matter. You put in a little bit of water, a little bit of PVA or school glue, and then you put in some paint. Like I said, I would use something like this apple barrel kind of green. You know, you can even kind of get crazy with it. Maybe put in a little bit of brown. Like, come up with whatever your mixture is, because this is very low-cost equipment, so you can really kind of mess around with it. But yeah, gauze. And you mix that gauze in. You kind of dunk it, almost like you're washing clothes, and you want to agitate that water and PVA mix, water and school glue mix with that little bit of paint. What it does is it's gonna, then you pull that gauze out and you kind of spread it out, you know, and then kind of let it dry, and it'll kind of like harden a little bit, and you kind of mold it around what you want. And then you can either, you know, hit it with some, you know, rattle primer, or physically go in and paint it if you want, whatever your kind of design is. And it should give you plenty of material to kind of really mess around with and kind of dial in the formula between water, PVA glue, and paint to really kind of get the camo netting that you want. That's one of the best low effort, low tech ways to get camo netting, you know? It's super easy. So yeah, gauze, cheap medical gauze, school glue, PVA glue, something like this. Oh yeah, inks would be great too. Something like this. Mix this with a little bit of water. Yeah, if you can get an ink, that's even better. Yeah. Paint and water sometimes don't mix, you know. Food coloring might be another good one, actually. Food coloring is actually super affordable at like a grocery store or wherever. I mean, they're pretty much like $1, maybe a couple bucks. Yeah. Hope that helps, Squidfist. No, man, you're free to go AFK anytime you want, man. Any question you got for me, I'm here for you guys. Let me know. Always happy to help. And then I have people like Squig Hunter Sean are much more talented than myself who can answer the more difficult or advanced questions. Anytime, brother. Anytime. Actually, super happy to help. Makes my night. I know I was gone for a very long time, and you guys never complained, never said anything, and as soon as I started streaming, you guys all hopped right back in, so thank you guys. I owe y'all, not the other way around, truly. I know it's very bright green, kind of like it's not green, but couple coats and it gets a little dark. I'll report back with findings. I haven't done it since my Warhammer 40k days. So I just want to think back to kind of how I did it. I dunked mine in like gray, and then I kind of just like spray primered black around it, you know, with like chicken meshing. So I spray primered the chaos black onto the dyed gray netting, you know, through a chicken wire mesh, because I really wanted to give it like a kind of urban paint appearance, you know. Oh yeah, man, totally. Yeah, sorry I don't have like a Discord to show off like pictures or anything like that. I just keep it pretty chill here. That is one thing I get asked a lot is starting a Discord, but I probably won't. That's right with you guys. I have 2 YouTube channels, multiple real world jobs. I got a lot of things going on, so I could not moderate a Discord. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Cinematic Tabletop, man, brother. I can't stress my appreciation enough for you, Cinematic Tabletop. If you guys don't know, they knocked it out of the park with the bolt action tutorials for version 3 bolt action tutorial. That's got to be your #1 stop at Cinematic Tabletop. They nailed it. It is absolutely amazing. Good to see you in the chat, brother. Yeah, I'm getting some Imperial Japanese army guys ready. I actually have a game coming up. You may find this kind of interesting. Cinematic. I have a we're doing our second fictional battle for Malta. So our first one, some Imperial Japanese Navy. Some of these guys tried to sneak in to Malta on a ship posed as civilian sailors, and they snuck in a bunch of Germans. The British repelled them, unfortunately. We fought to a draw. So for the second battle, the second fictitious battle of Malta, some Fallschirmjäger, 750 points of Fallschirmjäger, and 750 points of my Imperial Japanese Army Airborne are going to drop into a remote Maltan airfield and try and hold it so we can build an airhead and bring in reinforcements. So we'll be doing a 1,500 point 2v2 game. We'll be doing night fighting rules. We'll be doing a night drop, and the best part, what I'm super excited about, Cinematic, is I'll be doing the alternate rules for paratrooping for my guys, where I'll actually be dropping the die. Where the die lands is where the stick of guys, or where the squad of paratroopers lands. So it'll be fun. For my army, I'm taking 1 veteran officer with an SMG. I'm taking 4 10-man airborne squads. All veterans, all rifles, and they have AT grenades. I'll be taking 3 veteran lunge mines and 1 veteran anti-tank rifle team. So, rumor is one of the British defenders is bringing an M3 Lee. So, that's pretty terrifying. You know, AKA the Bane Blade of Burma. So, we're pretty worried about that. But I see you put out a Mordheim video. I always love your Mordheim content. We were just talking about Mordheim, actually. We were talking about Wargame Atlantic, if you're ever familiar with those models. They just restocked their Conquistadors. It's about 8 Chihas. So it's another army list I have where it's a bunch of militia riflemen and a whole bunch of inexperienced Chihas. We just about finished our custom Ho-Ha. Is a captured U.S. Marine Corps M3 Halftrack that's been turned into a Japanese command Ho-Ha. But yeah, we were talking about how the Conquistador box from Wargame Atlantic is a really good way to build like a little mercenary team for Mordheim. I've never gotten to play Mordheim. I've loved it from afar, you know? I've never gotten to play it. Unlike Carnivale, which I do love, those who do like Mordheim, if it's not active in your area or whatever, I recommend you also look at Carnivale. You may like Carnivale. If you like more Venetian style layout, you know, it's super interesting. But I've seen Mordheim. It's one of those videos where when someone posts a Mordheim video, I watch it. I don't care what else is going on. I will watch that video. It's like one of the top 3 bat rep styles I'll watch. My animal. Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite models. Not models, but like, you know, weapons from the Imperial Japanese besides their knee mortars. One of the things that they got that was really interesting is their AT rifles. As you can tell, that big, you know, fuck off mag on top. It is a 20mm semi-automatic rifle. These things were absolutely gnarly. Especially against early Pacific campaigns, you know, when there was only like Stuarts on the islands. Oh, man. It's like a cordless hole punch. But then later when they started rolling in, especially in Burma, when they had the Lees and the Grants and they brought the Shermans into the islands later on, nah, not enough. Not enough to punch through. And like I said, so for my Imperial Japanese Navy, you know, I have the Tiki Terrors for the Army, and for the Navy I have my Surf Ninjas. I'll be doing more of a Hollywood style uniform, so they'll be having blue uniforms and black boots. I think that's how I'm going to go with them. Their helmets are going to be kind of a, you can see it's like a navy gray. Oh. I mean, to be fair, Squid Hunter Sean, there's a lot of underground scenes lurking around in Houston. You know, to be more specific, not just Mordheim, there's probably anything you could ever want. Houston is a very interesting city for those of you who haven't been there. It is a interesting place. So yeah, I use this very, very affordable, easy to find apple barrel Christmas tree paint. And when I get a couple thick coats on, then I just slap on some green grass tufts, and that's these guys. So I want it to look like they are based, but I want it to be something that I can replicate very easily, very quickly. For I think I'm up to about 150 IJA infantry, different types. I know a lot of you 40K people are like, those are rookie numbers. You got to pump up those numbers. I'm getting there. Yeah, a lot of them are just, so I built my regular squads first, like my 10-man squads with like NCO with an SMG, you know, LMG and a loader and stuff like that. And then I just realized I just like to use riflemen. He's like, that's like one Soviet platoon. You're exactly correct. You were not wrong. And the Imperial Japanese, they got nerf battered a little bit in version 3, but I still love to play them. I still run my vet squads. I'm still very aggressive. I like to get in CQB a lot, even though assault doesn't work nearly the same as it did in 2nd edition. I still do it. all right. I'm okay with it. It sounds so so hipster of me. I feel like I should be having like a bigger beard than I have, you know, and listening to some terrible band that never makes the radio. But I kind of like what happened to the IJA. Or the one silver lining is it got rid of people who just played IJA for the wacka reasons, you know, to be super hyper competitive. Now, like, the only people who play Imperial Japanese in version 3 are people who really like Imperial Japanese. So, you know, all 4 of us. So that's actually kind of cool. And those who will know the channel will know that, you know, it is fun to play the underdogs. It really is. Because when they do finally get their book, and everyone's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I've always played Imperial Japanese. People who know the channel, and granted it's a small channel, but people know, like, no, Tiki has always been an IJA person, like, from the start. I have some other armies. Like I said, I have my Cult of Imhotep Germans. I have my Treasure Hunter American Airborne that I'm building. They're a lot of fun. Very Indiana Jones style vibe. Tomb Raiders. Yeah, I'm super behind on my videos, cinematic as well. I have an unboxing of the Start Collecting for the Imperial Japanese for Conflict 47 I need to put out. I have a step-by-step bat rep for Conflict 47 on like how to play. A very small 500-point game. I have all the footage and pictures. I just need to do the editing. That is what gets me. The editing is what slows me down. Well, the fun thing, too, about being an underdog, because nobody plays the IJA, nobody expects the IJA, so you're kind of like the Spanish Inquisition, but, you know, with 20mm rifles. So, I have a 1250-point list that I really like, and I scale it up and down, you know, for different point games that I play. And recently, when I played that first attack on Malta, the 750-point, the rule was we could only bring vehicles that we could, like, reasonably sneak in, like, a tramp steamer, you know, a steamship. So I brought one of my favorite things for version 3 from the Imperial Japanese. I don't think I have one on the tabletop. Unfortunately, it's packed away. I like my AA trucks. You know, you guys know I play my IJA like the GLA from Commander Carcass General. You know, always be charging, no static heavy weapon teams. Everybody moves and shoots and moves and shoots. Even my vehicles, I use tankets, I use light tanks, I use AA trucks. Those are huge. So that is an autocannon on the back of that bad boy with tremendous range, and it can move and shoot. It is, and that HE is absolutely lethal. I want to say, like, turn 1 on our first game, it knocked out a the British quarter pounder. Yes, please, may I have some shoes? Ow, ow. Okay, I will work. That's exactly what it is, cinematic. But yeah, that's honestly, that's how I play my Imperial Japanese. The lunch mines are like your suicide bombers. I use, you know, Type 92 tankettes, or I'll use Chihas. All my infantry, you know, because I really lean into the whole fanatic part of the IJA. It really works well. The best part is people forget that, at least in 2nd edition, that you were deadly in close combat. I want to say my 2-man light mortar teams had an absolutely amazing kill percentage for close combat. Everyone would always forget about my light mortar teams because I wouldn't dial them in. I would move and shoot. So they're only hitting on 6s, but if they get a shot off, that's great. If not, they're still moving 6 inches closer. When they get close enough, they're gonna assault you. And in 2nd edition, that meant something. I mean, they killed a lot of officer teams because they're still veteran fanatics. They were ruthless. Version 3, it's a little bit different. I've still killed a couple people in close combat, but it's not the same thing that it used to be. And so far, it looks like a lot of. I think like one of the British national characteristics is basically just the bonsai rule that the Imperial Japanese have right now. I don't know how they're going to balance that. If anyone's watching, my recommendation is I wouldn't give it to all infantry. Like I would only let bonsai be something that units within a radius of an officer or a Kimpotai can do, or the other exception is lunge mines. Lunge mines need to get the old school bonsai rule. The reason why I say that is the IJA don't have a lot of reliable, as I paint one, the IJA don't have a lot of reliable anti-tank weaponry. We don't have, as far as model-wise, they don't have any shoulder-fired weapon systems, you know? So, with that being said, we do have the lunge mine. The lunge mine is good. The problem with the lunge mine is there's only one, so the fanatic rule doesn't apply. And number two is, even if it makes base contact, which is rare, if it makes base contact on a roll of 1, it still quote-unquote misses / doesn't do any damage to the tank, but it still kills itself. So even if you connect, there's a chance that you could lose the dice and nothing happens to them. So it's a big trade-off. So one of the trade-offs is you should at least give it the bonsai rule where it can actually automatically make its charge. It doesn't have to take an order test to charge, because that's literally their job. So that would be my recommendation. But at the same point in time, I would say only regular or veteran lunge mines have that rule. That way it prevents people from taking them as inexperienced and just, you know, spamming that. And then people always ask this question, how can you have a veteran suicide anti-tank person? The super easy thing to answer is, you know, the troop themselves are a veteran. You could either say A, they've run out of ammo, or weapons or ammo are rare on the island, or this is just someone who's crazy enough that you know they'll actually not fold under combat and they're going to actually charge. So that's why they've given the honor of having a lunge mine, you know? So Morning Glory always asked me, I was like, how do you take veteran lunge mines? Like, easy, you know? A veteran soldier can put down his rifle and pick up a spicy stick. But I think if you put in a rule for bonsai to not apply to green or inexperienced forces, I think that would prevent the whole bamboo spearman spam you saw for Wacka players in 2nd edition. But yeah, further with my IJA style tactics, the other thing I like to do is I like to use gun trucks cinematic. Not just my AA trucks, but I'll also take light trucks that are pretty cheap. I think a light truck is 18 points. I'll pay the extra points to make it a regular, and then I'll throw a medium machine gun on top of it. And then what I use for that is I generally put a single model in there. That way I don't have to worry about someone getting close to transport and it basically getting taken out. So I'll put usually a Kimpotai. You know, Kimpotai is only 15 points, so I'll throw a Kimpotai in a light truck as a regular with a medium machine gun. He's basically just a mobile machine gun team. So you lose the toughness of having multiple bodies and survivability, and you lose the amount of shots because vehicle-mounted machine guns have less shots in version 3, but you get the high mobility and you're still a soft-skinned vehicle, so they still got to get a 6 to get you. Yeah, if you've ever seen, I'm trying to think what movie was it. I think it was Letters from Iwo Jima. If you've ever seen Flags for Our Father and Letters from Iwo Jima, it's pretty good. It tells the story of Iwo Jima, but from both sides. There's a lot of parts in the movies where they kind of like cross, and you can see where the characters from both, you know, movies kind of interact with each other. It's really kind of a very interesting cinematic storytelling method. But anyways, if you want to see some IJA stuff, I think some IJA units in combat, Letters from Iwo Jima is actually pretty good. You get to see the bombard, the big ass mortar, the super heavy mortar that looked like launching R2D2 cans onto the beach. You see a lot of woodpecker, Type 92 and Type 93 medium and heavy machine guns. You see Chihas being used as basically pillboxes. It's pretty cool. But one of the you also get to see the terrible relation between the IJA and the IJN. They're basically rivals. Command structure would always break down. So you see a lot in one of the situations. One of the IJN, I want to say he's an ensign, so a very junior officer. You know, some stuff happens, and he kind of goes off on his own, and he just wants to, you know, take out an American tank. So he gets these little anti-tank mines. He kind of just straps around himself, and he kind of like hides underneath the dead bodies. And his sole job is to try and take out a tank. So it kind of leans to the. I mean, this is a veteran officer, you know. It's like, so you know, it can happen. And as far as taking a lot of the Imperial Japanese units as veterans, particularly the STILF, the Special Naval Landing Force, they were a lot of veterans. They generally took a lot of the older naval personnel. But even the Army, depending on what theater you're fighting in, something a lot of people forget about the Imperial Japanese Army and the Navy is they started their war way back in the 30s. So a lot of these personnel are absolutely veterans. You know, it's kind of like going back to like the Condor Legion, you know, and the veteran pilots that the Germans got later on afterwards from the Spanish Civil War. Yeah, the Imperial Japanese were taking islands and territory when Spain was having a civil war, so it's not unreasonable to have some veteran IJA troops. Oh yeah, that's one of my dream bolt action games to play. Is I want to do a legit IJA versus IJN game. I think it'd be an absolute blast. Yeah, so another good one, Matt. It's actually a really cool story. Another good one, if you've never, and I actually watched this with Mrs. Tiki. She was very interested in watching it. I think we just came back from Hawaii, from Oahu. We stayed at the Halikoa, you know. As we watched Tora Tora Tora. Tora 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 is very well done. I think it took place. I think they filmed it in the 70s, but both the United States and the nation of Japan made that movie together to be a somewhat accurate portrayal. So if you watch Tora 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 and then watch like Pearl Harbor, it'll blow your mind on the the differences between the movies. And also, there's that really good scene in Tora 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 where it says some people almost died, but they didn't. But there's an actual real-world aircraft crash. I want to say they came into like strafe an airfield, and like the planes caught fire and tumbled. And when you see those people running on the airfield, that's for real. Like, that was not supposed to happen. Like, it was a little too realistic for them. So it's really good. Yeah, I always talk about it, but one of the campaigns I really want to run, because some people are really big into like actual historical bolt action, which I think is cool. You know, the cool thing about bolt action is there's room for everybody. There really is. You could be a rivet counter, or you could be like me and just make like random ass shit. Room for everybody, right? So one realistic historical campaign I really want to run, or really want to play in, is Operation Ironclad. It's absolutely bizarre. So what that is, that was British Commonwealth forces. I think it was the South Africans and the Rhodesians, obviously back when Rhodesia was still a place. So you have South African and Rhodesian volunteer riflemen with the British Commonwealth, backed by the Royal Navy, attacking the Vichy French in Madagascar, who was supposed to be supported by the IJN. So you can literally have French, IJN, and British. It would be an awesome game to play. I would love that. Real world, the IJN just left because they wanted a port in Madagascar, and the British obviously wanted to deny the Japanese from setting up a port in Madagascar. So the IJN they launched like a float plane from one of their submarines, and they saw the Royal Navy coming in and all the South Africans, and the IJN was like, "There's absolutely no way the Vichy French are going to win this one." So the IJN literally just deuced out and left the French to get rolled. The cool thing though, for those of you guys who really enjoy World War II history, is this was the first test of the DD tank system. and it actually wasn't on the Shermans. The first tank to really use it for the Allies was the Tetrarch. I love the Tetrarch tank. Not only can it be delivered by glider, but it was also the first tank to be retrofitted with the DD system for amphibious landings. So it's kind of a cool thing. And the Imperial Japanese Navy actually were the only force to actually have a mass-produced swimming tank or amphibious tank. And that was the Kami. And you guys have seen my two Kamis, I think. I'll grab them here in a second. Yeah, Operation Ironclad. If you haven't read or looked up for it, it's super, super cool. It would be a fun little campaign to do. Yep. Yeah, it could be dropped by glider. It could be rigged with a DD flotation system for amphibious landings. It was useful. Yeah, essentially. You're not wrong. But, like I said, stuff like that, and they discovered this in the Pacific Theater. A really good battle, if you guys haven't looked at it, is the in the Philippines, the Battle of Luzon, I want to say. It was a lengthy battle, and it was street-to-street tough fighting. And they realized the benefit of light tanks. You know, the Ha-Go and the Stuart really did damn good work in the cities. That's when a lot of people look at Imperial Japanese tank design. You know, not that I'm carrying water for them, I just kind of collect them. I like light tanks. I think light tanks are cool personally, but the reason why they used a lot of light tanks is they really had to get around. They were fighting in, you know, mainland China, every island you could shake a stick at. You know, they needed tanks that could operate just about anywhere. They didn't have the, you know, they didn't have the European rolling countryside for like large, heavy tanks, you know, or same thing, they didn't have the mass production capabilities to do the amazing, what do you want to call that, modular system that were the Shermans. The Shermans were so damn modular. You could build whatever kind of Sherman you needed, like literally just ship in some Shermans, some parts, and then in your motor pool, like 2 miles behind the line, you can retrofit a Sherman to do anything you want. But no, for the Imperial Japanese, light tanks ended up being their thing because they didn't have mass tank formations. They just supported troops. It worked for what they were fighting, and generally what they were fighting were, you know, scattered Chinese warlords and colonial defense forces on islands. So for that, you wouldn't need heavy tanks. Now, that being said, when the Soviets came bum-rushing T-34s down from Siberia, that beat the fighting tech Zaggy out of those Imperial Japanese tanks. Oh, man. It's like a child in a UFC game. He just got knocked the fuck out. So the trick with light tanks is, or the benefit of light tanks, obviously I'm not a tactician here, you know. But the benefit of light tanks is having a tank where nobody else has a tank. If a light tank is ever fighting another tank, you have already lost. Unless, very rare situation, unless you get first round shot. A good example of that, and it's technically not even a light tank, but you go to one of my personal favorites, the Sheridan. That's kind of more modern day tactics, you know, Desert Shield, Desert Storm. So Sheridans had the Shillelagh missile system. They can launch anti-tank guided missiles out of their... We're not going to talk about whether it worked or not. Theoretically, it had the capability, and they actually got first-round kills in Desert Storm. So the reason the Shillelagh was effective in Desert Storm is because we were still shipping all the Abrams over there, driving them on 18-wheelers, getting them off, and refueling them with their expensive-ass jet fuel and their pain-in-the-ass turbine engines, right? The Sheridans, which is in a light tank, is an armored airborne reconnaissance vehicle. Blah. Anyways, you can kick those fatties out the back of a plane and no one gives a shit. So you can actually airdrop those in. So the 82nd was already on scene for Operation Desert Shield. So when Desert Storm kicked off, the only tanks we had on the grounds were Sheridans, and they were going up against T-72s from the Iraqi Republican Guard. And you know who won? The Sheridans, because they launched those shillelagh anti-tank guided missiles from, you know, from like a zip code away, and were absolutely wrecking those surplus Soviet tanks. Same thing, Operation Just Cause. I think they used 5 Sheridans, 2 landed in the water and sunk, unfortunately. They can ford, they're not amphibious. They can ford a river, but they're not amphibious, sadly. So 2 Sheridans sunk, I think like in a lake in Panama. But the other ones, they actually used Sheridans, you know, when invading, I think it was Panama, yeah, Just Cause. And so nobody expected them to bring a tank with them, and so that's where light tanks get the benefit. When people don't expect a tank and you have a light tank, you're gonna win. If people expect tanks and you show up with a light tank, you're gonna get knocked the fuck out. Either by a reputable anti-tank weapon system or other stuff. Now that being said, in my humble, uncertified opinion, the affordability and the popularity of shoulder launch anti-tank weapon systems greatly reduce the effectiveness of quote-unquote light tanks. Once RPG-7s, which does not stand for rocket propelled grenade, always a shit on me. I don't know what it stands for. It's Russian. I don't speak Russian, but it means anti-tank weapon. That's why RPG 1 and 2 were hand thrown. But anyways, RPG-7s shoulder fired, and they were effective enough to punch through light armor. A lot harder to use light tanks. Yeah, Squeak Hunter's right. Yeah, those LAVs, those things are gnarly too. Also, light armor. I'm a huge fan of the British, what are those called? CRTVs, I want to say. It's the whole S family. So you have like the Scorpions, the Scimitars, the Sultans, the Samaritans, the Spartans. They had this really cool like rubber tread light tank system. It's like the Sherman was super modular. You could build it into like the Samaritan was a medevac unit. The Sultan was a command unit. The Scorpion was a big old massive like autocannon version. What else was it? The Spartan was an armored personnel carrier. It was a troop carrier. But those things are fast. They have like Porsche engines in them. Those things can haul ass. And they're still used by, not Panama. I don't know the name of the island, but it's used by a small island military. Because they're great tropical tanks. When you're running around in the jungle where there's shit ton to cover, you know, with rubber treads, it's perfect. But yes, that was the Tiki tank hour. Yeah, I think that's what got me into the IJA, I think originally, is I really like light tanks. Like the Hagos by far will always be my favorite tank of all time. I absolutely love Hagos. I actually have a picture of me. Mrs. Tiki was super cool enough to let me on our vacation to Hawaii go run and take a picture next to a Hago tank. She even took a picture for me, which was awesome. And went to the museum with me. So yeah, it's my goal to take a picture beside as many Hago tanks as I possibly can. Yeah, Italy had a lot of light tanks. If you think about it, with the, you know, if you've been there, you know, very, very narrow roads, very mountainous terrain. You know, you see a lot of the Mediterranean countries, they will have, you know, light tanks. It makes sense, like, I hate using the term METC because it's such a cop-out, but like, the form of the vehicle will follow its function, which follows the area. So I said, yeah, the Germans with their big, huge countryside have big old massive huge tanks, you know, with long sight and long cannons. That makes sense. Yeah, 100%, you know. But the Panzer 1s and 2s were pretty small, but they were great for what they were. But yeah, regionous, like I say regionous, but mountainous Mediterranean and island countries will generally have smaller and lighter tanks. Yeah, so the Zeros were very impressive. What made them so impressive is they were long range. They had their 7.7mm machine guns, but they also had 20mm cannons. You gotta remember, the Zero was good early on, because again, Japan got an early start. Imperial Japan, sorry, got an early start, in the 30s. So, stuff like Vals and Zeros were like late 30s, early 40s. This is while everybody else is still getting started, especially with naval aviation. Right? Like, yeah, sure, the Germans and British had good aircraft, of course, but as far as naval aircraft, the Imperial Japanese they had to, as an island nation, so they're already kind of well ahead. But the problem with the Zero, the main problem we figured out once we captured one, the Americans figured out when they captured one, the issue with the Zero is it was so maneuverable and it had such long range. Like, what's the weakness? The weakness is it had shit for armor. It had absolutely no armor on that aircraft, and more importantly, its fatal flaw, it did not have self-sealing fuel tanks. So all you had, I'd say all, I'm assuming it's very difficult, I'm not a pilot. What you had to do to knock out its Zeros, all you had to do was nick it. All you had to do was cut it and let it bleed. If you could hit it, it would probably catch fire. That's why everyone started slapping on shit tons. That's why a lot of naval fighter aircraft for World War II, they didn't swap to the, because a lot of people talk about, hey, the Spitfire had 20mm Hispano cannons, right? The Germans used cannons. You have the P-38, which used a cannon in the nose, sure, of course. But you look at a lot of the naval aviation aircraft, they still use just 50 cal. I say just 50 cals, they're still 50 cals, right? A little bit bigger than the 303 British or the 7.7mm the Imperial Japanese were using, right? But they were using incendiary and tracer 50 cal rounds, because all they had to do was nick the Zeros. And once they got that fuel tank, it lit up, the plane burned, and it went down. All you had to do was just strike a Zero and they would go down. They're the definition of a glass cannon. Very dangerous, very maneuverable, very fast, and very long range. So a lot of people always forget. People just think they're fast and maneuverable. They are, but they had insanely long range. But you nick them and you're done. Speaking of which, I do need to paint some planes for our Malta game. Okay. Like I said, if you're okay with, because I think I got some extra GBs, but I'm not sure. So instead of painting these ones for Imperial Japanese, I'm going to paint them in the actual Treasure Hunter Crimson Sky pirate gangs, and we'll just use those if that's okay with you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think there's been a miscommunication. RK, I'm not very good. Like, I guess I could be good if I really, focused and tried. But when I show up, like I said, game time goes out the window, man. I'm literally just there to crack jokes and have fun. You can ask Irish and Trooper. I'm literally just having fun the whole time. Like, I'm decent, I guess. Like, I can see tactics, but I'm not worried about winning or losing. I'm just worried about having fun. Only because I work way too much. So if everyone has fun in their own way, and that's okay, But if I show up with models, I just want to throw dice and have fun. But to some people, playing their best, and making good tactical decisions is fun. And I totally understand that, and I can appreciate that. As long as no one tells me how to play, I try not to tell anybody else how to play. As long as everybody can have fun. Hey, you know what? I appreciate you checking in, Cinematic. And I doubt you guys haven't, but if you haven't seen his channel, definitely go check out Cinematic Tabletop. I can't gush about that whole team over there enough. They do phenomenal work. I love their bat reps, particularly for Conflict 47. They're super awesome. They're the ones who gave me the idea for doing my narrative style bat reps. Go check out their stuff. Their production quality is through the roof. As you can tell, they're super friendly guys. So go check out their stuff, especially if you want to play bolt action. They have, to date, right now, the best intro setup for bolt action. It will teach you everything you need to know, and it's actually fun to watch. So thanks for swapping by, Cinematic. Always a pleasure to chat with you, buddy, and keep doing what you guys are doing. It's phenomenal. I personally look forward to your more time comment. Love it. Hey, what's going on, 21? Yeah, I started pretty early. I was already watching another stream and painting, so I decided to just kind of, turn on the camera while I kept painting. Those guys can tell when I do base, and I just keep doing, multiple dark coats, trying to get all the tan kind of covered up a little bit. When I don't get covered up, I just put down a little shrubbery or grass tuft, so it's not that big of a deal. There you go. Like I said, so once I got that dark green down, it makes the models pop a little bit more. It makes them look a little bit more Imperial Japanese. So again, I'm not a master class painter, but the one thing I always do recommend is, the 3 foot rule, make sure it looks good from 3 feet away. But something I like to do that I think helps my models, your mileage may vary, is I like to have like the rule of 3, where you have 3 different colors, not just on the model, because that's what a lot of people say is the minimum for a battle painted army, and that's fine, whatever you think. But when you're painting your models, have 3 different colors from each line of sight. So here we have, looking from the 6 o'clock, we have looking from the top, we have looking from the 12 o'clock, we have looking from the 3 o'clock, then we have looking from the 9 o'clock. So whichever way you're kind of looking at your models, as long as you have 3 colors kind of showing, I think it's what makes your models really kind of pop out against the background. Some armies that's easier to do than others. Some armies are pretty monocolored. But even if that's just uniform, armor, and skin tone, enough to kind of make them pop out and look like they're, soldier models. And again, that's not a hard and fast rule. I've never won any trophies or done anything like that. That's just what I kind of do. I get stressed enough, What I think it is, RK, is I think it just forces your eyes to kind of we're very, again, this is just, I'm not a scientist, it's just me spitballing here. We're people like bipedal, we have 2 eyes, 2 ears, everything's very symmetrical. We have a lot of stuff, usually 5 fingers in each hand. So we understand even and symmetrical stuff. So when you have 3 types of colors, I think it kind of forces the eyes to kind of zoom in, zoom out, and kind of refocus, and it kind of takes that in and breaks it up a little bit. I could just be bullshitting and it just sounds decent, but that's always been my interpretation. I'm glad that helps. Sorry, I know my mic is muted. Yeah, that's super awesome. Man. You guys are awesome. Usually, I'm just, you guys just say things and avoid people like it's a dumb idea, go away. But you guys are super receptive, which I appreciate. So another thing I do that, again, it's, I don't know. I think it kind of breaks the whole historical wargaming, kind of focuses more on the wargaming, but it's from being a dungeon master in D&D for years and years and years and years. So something I like to do is make my models stand down. What I mean by that is, like, as I model my models. It's hard fun to say. I model my models to make it easier for me to figure out what's going on the tabletop. Like, usually non-commissioned officers or something like that. Like, so for me, my non-commissioned officers have samurai helmets, right? Or, as a matter of fact, Morning was talking about this in the stream when he looked at my tanks. Say, hey, how come these look different? They don't have the radio antennas. And for me, only my command tanks have the radio antennas, and you can tell the officers also have that samurai emblem, you know, on top of their head. Like, that's an officer. And you look like, okay, that, you can see the radio antenna on the tank, and you can also see the emblem on top. So you're like, yeah, that is definitely a command tank, where this is just a, you know, regular tank. So same thing with me, my special weapons guys. So usually if it's a light machine gun, a light mortar, or now AT rifles, I put the little grass tuff on top of their helmets. It kind of makes sense if you're looking at it like tactics wise, like you would want these guys to kind of blend in, you know. You know, these guys are going to deploy quote unquote somewhat static weapons. You want them to kind of conceal themselves, but also on the tabletop it kind of helps me point out, because people can be like, hey, you know, I can't tell what's a machine gunner, you know, and what's a loader and what's a regular rifleman. Well, my guys have, you know, green tufts on their helmets. Same thing. I would look over here. I'm like, what are these three guys over here? I don't even have to see the small, like, knee mortar in his hand. I can see the green tuft on his helmet. It's like, oh, it's one of my special weapon teams. So it's a real fast, easy way to tell what your models are, you know, from point of view on the side of the tabletop. And when you do play competitive and you're playing with a chess clock, and when every second counts to make these tactical decisions, you know, when bolt action is all about quick tactical decisions, being able to spot the difference between your own models very quickly helps dramatically. You don't get as lost in the sauce. Those of you guys who are joining us, we're just finishing up our AT rifles. Just putting some green tufts on. I've done painted the base on. No, so you're the second person to mention it to me, so now I definitely need to. Somebody else just mentioned that to me the other day. I need to check them out. So with this paint scheme, with this dark green bottom, with these little green tufts, the tan uniform and stuff like that, these guys work well on most boards too. You don't have to work, with the exception of a snowboard, but there's nothing you can do for that, you know. and everything. All right, there we go. There are the IJA Airborne Heavy Rifle Team. Hanging out in the grass. Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Yeah, super Tiki. I'm actually in a really good mood. I had plenty of time to paint. I had the inkling to paint, the desire to paint. You know, I wasn't like kind of forcing myself to paint, and so I started super early. I was watching Morning Glory stream and painting along with him, and as soon as the stream ended, I decided to kick mine off early. I've been painting since. Just finished these AT Riflemen. Even though the Navy ones are still a work in progress, you can kind of see the difference. Kind of cool. These are the same 3D. These 3D models were a gift. I had some other stuff 3D printed, and the guy threw in some AT rifles for me, which I appreciate. So, you know, you see one Navy with a soft cap, you see one Army. So it's kind of cool. It's the exact same model, the head's just a little bit different, but I'm just painting them different. It's kind of cool. It's the same thing, the Navy guy's in progress, but you can see the Army guy next to him. It's kind of neat. Alright, my Locust is still priming, but I'm gonna actually, now that the Ho-Ha's done, the anti-tank rifle team's done. Could finish these guys, but I'm not using them in the next game, so I don't need to. Might as well. Finish this guy. So Matthew literally ran out to get a bottle of whiskey and had to basically escape back running from a skunk. Quite possibly one of the most Irish things I think I've ever heard for in a while. But actually, Nathan, you also missed another good conversation we were talking about. We were talking about the possibility of kit bashing some Night Lords. So a lot of people are thinking about using the new Emperor's Children models coming out. And I told him these cool models I saw. I forgot from where. And I was talking with someone else about the idea of Night Lords. But what they are is they're submarine, basically. So they hang out, like, pick a planet where they're going to terrorize, do Night Lord things. But their whole little area is actually under the water. So they come up out of the water to terrorize the locals of the planet and drag people back down under the water to skin them. So the cool thing is they look almost like... you know, have you ever seen like those submerged animatronics that have broken down over the years? They look absolutely terrifying, you know? There's actually a legit phobia based around that. They also kind of look like Pirates of the Caribbean style, you know, like sea monsters and stuff like that. So they have all sorts of like seaweed and like coral growing on them, and like it's like this super like decayed underwater look to them. It's a really cool like kind of take on Night Lords. I always thought it'd be kind of a cool, because I know Night Lords everyone goes like Transylvania style, and I get why, it's classic, you know, you don't fuck with the classics. But like this like submerged Night Lord community that like comes out of the water, just like a horror movie, just grabs people and drags them kicking and screaming into the water. You know, we're never seen from again. Very like Creature from the Black Lagoon-esque, you know. You can even get some Pteranodon like space shark style bits and throw those on there too and make this super cool. But again, you can tell it's very Tiki themed, you know, very aquatic and stuff like that, so that's obviously kind of my wheelhouse. So I would think that it's cool, you know? I'm still here, just got a little bit quiet because I'm just double checking a photo to try and make sure I paint these the same breakdown. A lot of you guys know whenever I finish a model, usually like a new style model I haven't done yet, I'll take a picture with the model and all the actual paints that I used combination wise. That way I know like what formula or what recipe goes into making that model. Does that make sense? Because my memory is terrible. Like goldfish. Alright, I think it's just gold. Okay, cool. I was wondering what color to paint the emblem on top of the officer's head, and I think it's honestly just gold. Which is cool, because Mrs. Tiki has this awesome habit sometimes where she'll go into like a nerd shop, like a local friendly gaming store, and she'll pick up like a paint that I need, which I super appreciate. She's always awesome. You know, I run through some of the basic colors like Chaos Black or Abaddon Black and stuff like that. You know, she'll pick that up. But then she'll also pick up like 2 or 3 paints of whatever colors she likes, or what she'll think I'll like, or what she thinks is cool. So she always comes back and just like kind of like random paint. I'm like, ooh, cool, what'd we get? You know, this is awesome. So she actually just picked me up a gold that I needed. She didn't even know. She's just naturally awesome like that, so I super appreciate it. Because she didn't know my old one was getting kind of old and beat up, and so boom, I got a new one to replace it. Oh yeah, that would be cool. So Squidfist, that's kind of the idea behind my American Airborne Army for bolt action. Is I'm doing a very mixture of like Indiana Jones style Tomb Raider, you know, treasure hunter, Monument Men style, but I'm also mixing Crimson Skies. So I actually have a 28mm blimp from my D&D days that I'll be using, and then I have a bunch of planes. That's why it's an airborne army. It's an airborne army, and all the different platoons, each one has their own forward air observer, and each plane for each one of those platoons is one of the different Crimson Skies gangs. So like you have the Fortune Hunters, the Raging Cajuns, and I want to say the Broadway Bombers. I'll let her know you did a toast. She appreciated the toast. Thank you. So yeah, that's why the planes and the trucks for each one of my, I think I'm just gonna call them Tomb Raiders. I think it's easier. My Tomb Raider army, or Treasure Hunter, or Tomb Raider, depending if they're good guys or bad guys. They're all gonna be based off the Crimson Skies gang. So like the Fortune Hunter one is red and black, the Broadway Bomber is blue and yellow, and the Raging Cajun is yellow and purple. Yeah. You really can't write too many paints. I really do enjoy. I know a lot of people don't, and I understand why. I've had some dry out on me, and it does suck. But overall, I enjoy my Citadel paints. They make me happy, and I know what I'm getting out of them, so I'm pretty happy. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I do like. I like some of the dust stuff. It's not bad. I like their take on walkers a little bit better than Conflict 47. Honestly, I think. What was it? Steel Battalion Heavy Arms, I think, got it best when they did vertical tanks, VTs. I think that's probably the coolest way to look at it. But yeah, I like some Dust 47 stuff. It's not bad. But yeah, this is Conflict 47. I thoroughly enjoy it. Oh, that's right. Opened up the wrong paint. Right now we have a medium walker that's just drying. It's been primed, and that'll be what we work on next. I'm just finishing up this Command IJA, finishing up the helmet on the Tank Commander. So, I love it, Nathan. So yeah, Conflict 47, a lot of people think it starts like right after World War II. You know, it just keeps going. It's kind of like Fallout, where it has a almost like a paradigm shift, like a separation in the timeline. So Conflict 47 goes all the way back to like 1942. You know, basically it's when they started testing the Manhattan Project. When they did their first atomic blast, they opened up a rift, and that's where all this shit changes. I do like the question, Nathan. That cracks me up. There are some good Weird War movies. When I say good, there are some Weird War movies. Whether they're good or not, but they're there. One of the videos I'm working on is Tiki's Top 10, and it's going to be like movies or shows to get you in the mood for Conflict 47. The three I would recommend, in order actually, I would watch The Rocketeer, which you can find probably on Disney Plus. Rocketeer's a classic. Then watch Captain America: The First Avenger, just that one. They'll seem very familiar. They're made by the same director. It's basically just the same thing with a bigger budget. And then watch, after you watch Captain America: The First Avenger, then watch Overlord. So those three movies back to back will put you in the mood for some Conflict 47 Weird War. You have the pre-war era of the 1930s. You have the beginning of World War II with Captain America. And then you have, you know, midway through the war with the zombies and stuff like that. Oh, Rocketeer is an absolute class. So, the thing that makes a Rocketeer, oh god, you talk about topics you could talk forever about, like, you know, pull up a chair. I'll be here for a couple hours. But the thing that makes a Rocketeer such a good movie to me, besides just the actors and stuff of that nature and the actresses, but if you go back and watch the Rocketeer movie, I can't tell you enough. There is not a wasted minute. That is the most streamlined movie I think I've ever seen. Every single second of that movie is accounted for, and it's there with a purpose. There is not a single wasted frame. There's no unnecessary exposition. There's no unnecessary graphics. Everything in there, there's a point to it, and everything comes into play later on. It's something that I think should be taught at, like, obviously I'm not in media or art, but I think it's something that should be taught in, like, director school. Sit down and watch The Rocketeer. Every single scene is there for a reason. there was no fat left on that movie. It's a great movie. The comics were better only because the movie's good, but it was made a little bit more kid friendly because, you know, Disney, which is okay. It's not a bad thing. The biggest difference in the comic books, his girlfriend is Betty Page, the pinup lady. So it changes some things, and he kills people. So the comics are good, but the movie is very good. I haven't seen that yet, RK, so I can't attest to it. But yeah, if you're looking for what would be my favorite movie to put me in the favorite in for Conflict 47, it would be Rocketeer, because they show footage of the Germans trying to come up with their own rocket infantry. And as we know in Conflict 47, the Americans get Firefly infantry, where the Germans use their gravity technology and make their Falcon drop troops. Instead of jetpacks, they use gravity backpacks, kind of like grav shoots from 40K. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen The Rocketeer, I'm not even going to talk about the awesome scenes because I'm not going to ruin it for you. Every scene is good. Everything is, I can't tell you where everything attaches to something else. Like, it's like a string that connects to something else. Even some of the jokes are all tied back to like earlier stuff in the movie. It's very good. I can't recommend that movie highly enough. All right, no, I can't tell you 'cause it's the ending. Yeah, it's good. It's stupidly good. The first Captain America, that's actually for Conflict 47. It's a good movie because that kind of shows you like it gives you like the Paragon squads, you know, especially when you look at Hogan's Heroes, it's not Hogan's Heroes. I'm sorry, Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos. Sorry, I don't know why I got that messed up. And then the third movie, Overlord, it's enjoyable. I'll say that. It's not a good movie. It's not a good war movie. It's not a good horror movie. It's a movie. To me, it is a great drive-in movie, if that makes sense. Like a drive-in movie theater. If it was one of the two movies that was playing, you would not be upset. If that makes sense. I guess that's kind of a backhanded compliment, but it will entertain you, I think. And spoiler alert, it has German zombies, so it kind of shows you the Totencore from Conflict 47. So yeah, those are the three movies. There's other movies like Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow. There's a few others you could recommend as well, which are perfectly good. But yeah, RK, that's so when I first got into Conflict 47, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put all of them in there, you know, because there's so many you can do with the rules for the Paragons. Yeah, I can't. The Mummy's one of my other favorite. That's another movie I'd recommend. The only problem is the Mummy's kind of more of magic versus science. That's why I don't recommend it for Conflict 47, but it's kind of cool for Weird War, if that makes sense. It's going on a bad rabbit. The Mummy is great. I fucking love The Mummy. The Mummy movies are phenomenal. They work great for me because one of my Conflict 47 armies is the Cult of Imhotep, so definitely one I recommend. I actually have a watch list of all the movies to be watched in like chronological order, like from the 1930s to the 1940s. You can actually watch them as like stuff happens. If you haven't seen Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow, I definitely recommend that. That would be more 1947, 1948, less 1944, you know? So that's definitely post-war, but it's still super cool and super interesting. Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow was the Crimson Skies movie we never got. Other good movies to recommend for Conflict 47, of course, are the Indiana Jones. The Indiana Jones and the Mummy movies are absolutely phenomenal. If you want a TV show, you can find it on YouTube. I'm actually downloading all the episodes and I will post them on my YouTube channel only because nobody owns the rights anymore because the show is so old, so nobody cares. Is the Tales of the Golden Monkey. If you've never seen Tales of the Golden Monkey, it's like Indiana Jones the show, but it's Jake Cutter. He flies a goose. You know, he's out in the Pacific Islands. This is like, has to be late 30s, early 40s, because he used to be a flying tiger, and then he kind of got injured, so now he's kind of like he works with an American spy, and they're kind of protecting the island with the French to keep the Imperial Japanese from spreading. It's really good. If you like Indiana Jones, you'll love the show. It's very hammy, but in a good kind of way. It's very hard to... Yeah, it's basically... So, Tailspin and Season 8 of Archer, Danger Island, are all kind of spoofs of Tales of the Golden Monkey. Same thing with Crimson Skies and a few others. It has that very aviation style feel to it. Yeah, Overlord, we mentioned that one. That was the third movie I recommended. So the three I recommended, Rabbit, was to watch in this order too. I recommend in this order is watch The Rocketeer, the first Captain America movie, and then watch Overlord. Yes, Hellboy is good. Iron Sky, it is good, but it starts getting kind of space. So with Conflict 47 hasn't gotten there yet, but I actually do like Iron Sky. It's very hammy in a good way. Someone told me Sisu is another good one. I mean, it seemed there's a lot of any World War II movie you can also throw in there, you know. So, especially the more kind of over the top, the better. Like the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is great. The SAS show is okay. You know, you can throw those in there as well. Oh, obviously, Inglourious Bastards, very, you know, conflicty. That's awesome. Yeah, no, I can't talk highly enough about Sky Captain. Oh, what a lot of people don't understand is Sky Captain walked, so stuff like Sin City could run. Sky Captain was the first ever almost all CGI done, but back when they didn't have to rely on CGI, but they were using CGI as a cutting technology and it was fun. Nowadays, people just rely on it because they don't know how to act or make set pieces. Dog Soldiers is good if you want to do a Shrek Wolfen kind of thing. But again, Dog Soldiers is modern day military. That's like 1980s, 1990s. We're trying to stick with the whole 1940s. It's like a very diesel punk vibe. One of the armies I was thinking about for inspiration. Again, this isn't, Atomic Blink. I'm a huge, so Francois, I've actually started my second YouTube channel. I can split my channels because I'm not worried about monetization or subscribers or anything like that. I do it just for fun. So I split my channels just to keep the content, you know, on theme. So this channel is just for Conflict 47 and Bolt Action. Or my other one, Tiki 2 Atomic Boogaloo, is just for like Fallout, Mad Max, Gaslands, all that kind of stuff, right? So that's more Atomic Punk, and that is great. I do like Atomic Punk. But as far as getting back to Diesel Punk, a cool theme for your army, if you're looking at it, it's a little too early to be World War II. It's actually World War I, is Atlantis. Atlantis gave me a lot of design ideas for some of my armies. That was a lot of fun. There's some pretty anachronistic stuff, but it's an animated movie, so what can you do? like if you're watching Atlantis, like Mole, when they attack the Atlantean people, he has like a PPSH 43 or PPSH 41. You're like, it's like 1914. What the fuck? But other than that, it's a good movie. I can't recommend Jungle Cruise because again, Jungle Cruise is set in the interwar period around World War I. Also, Jungle Cruise just to me it suffered. Okay, so with me, Jungle Cruise it saw the Mummy, right, and saw that everyone loves the Mummy, but it also saw that the last good success movie that everybody loved was Pirates of the Caribbean. So it's like, hey, why don't we literally just try and mix all the good parts of the Mummy with all the good parts of, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean, but just fuck it all up with the writing. And that's what Jungle Cruise was. Jungle Cruise could have been good, but it was just, it was like putting the Mummy and Pirates of the Caribbean in a blender and only like blending it for like 2 seconds and trying to hand it to you and tell you it was a delicious smoothie. You're like, you didn't even mix the ingredients. Like I can clearly tell. As far as the MP18, no. When you see the, I'll post a picture of it in Mordian's Discord. But no, Mole literally has a straight up PPSH 41. Like, no confusion. Yeah, like as far as historically, yeah, it should have been an MP18, you know, or something else, you know. But no, it is just straight up a Russian submachine gun from the year 1941. Yeah, I do like watching some Jetsons, you know, Francois. It's classic. I don't know where you got that from, RK, but you gotta Google the image and tell me that. Oh my god, yeah, that's just them covering for it. It's okay, I don't mind because the movie is gorgeous. Like you will never see a movie like that again. I think the talent for making a movie like that, a mixture of the hand drawn and CGI, has gone out the window. You will never see that again. So I don't care for all the anachronistic stuff. It's all made up and it's all awesome to me. But yeah, it's one of those like hand wavy things. RK, I'm not calling you a liar. I think you're a cool guy, but look at the picture and then tell me that. Especially because I know you play Soviets. Oh, sorry guys. I thought I muted it before I sprayed. My bad. Sorry about that. Let me paint this guy's face, and then our walker should be just about done. But yeah, especially if you like the more Atom Punk versus Diesel Punk, I still would recommend Sky Captain Roll Tomorrow. It has that very classic like ray gun style. There's like ray guns, and it's fun. It is a fun mix. Like I said, Sky Captain Roll Tomorrow is the Crimson Skies movie we never got, sadly. every time I read that, RK, it just cracks me up. Because, like, I see what you're reading, and I get it. I'm just like, that's 100% of PPSA 41. Yeah, oh yeah, I like when people bring, like, the, what they call it, like the bell or whatever. I like when people bring those, or I like seeing, same thing, like I would really like to see Blood Red Skies, but for Conflict 47, like I'm trying to come up with my own homebrew rules for like dogfighting, you know, in Conflict 47, so you have jet-powered aircraft, and I'd love for the Germans to have flying saucers. I think that'd be super cool. You guys haven't played Blood Red Skies? I've tried to play a couple games of it. It's not a bad game. It's enjoyable. But as far as like air-to-air combat, I think it does a good job of showing like, you know, furballs of like medium-sized engagement. It's not bad. The mechanic is cool. The way the plane like leans forward and back to show whether it's in pursuit or avoiding. It's a cool mechanic idea, but that also is the problem. And the models are easy to break. It's unique to the models. It can get messed up. I would have preferred a card. It seems like one of those, I don't want to say gimmick. That's not the right word. It's one of those things just done for the sake of it, I guess. I get what they're trying to go with, but I feel like it would accomplish better with cards. But I don't want to say it because that's someone's cool idea, and it is super cool. So. I'm not surprised that someone came up with an actual defense for that. You know, the language in that movie is real, right? Well, I say real, it's functional. So they hired the guy who wrote Klingon for Star Trek and made it an actual, like, legitimate language that could fully operate by itself. They brought him on to make that Atlantean language. It's super cool. It's read and written from left to right, and then right to left, and left to right, and right to left to mimic like how water goes back and forth. It's super interesting, but yeah, it's a fully functional language, just like Klingon or Tolkien's Elvish. Alright, let's check on our walker. All right, here it is. So, lore-wise, what this is, I know it's been a while since I've been a lore video. I apologize, guys. Lore-wise, what it is this is the Germans' medium walker, their Locust. You know, part of technology trade they gave Rift Tech to the Imperial Japanese. So the Imperial Japanese took this medium walker, which again, they like smaller armored vehicles, right? So they took it and reconfigured it for jungle warfare. Like, you have the option of putting a, let's see if I can find it here. Oh, there it is. So you can take a normal warper top on. You can take like a light rocket on top, like a normal warper, if you want, or you could put a medium AT gun on there, and it can have, you know, chin auto cannons. And then obviously it has they count as fists, but they're kind of like close combat weapons for a walker. So they basically reconfigured, they put on the shoulder pads to make it look obviously a little bit more Imperial Japanese, but they reconfigured it for jungle warfare by, instead of having like the power loader claws that you see like from Aliens that the German one has, this actually has a buzzsaw and a pincher arm for like literally clearing, you know, trees from jungle roads. It's pretty cool. Let's get the paint in this bad boy. So I think I'm going to do the shoulder pads first. I'm going to do those dark green, kind of like how the scorpions are. Then I'll kind of go in and do all the vents. And I think I'll bust out the paint and put on the stripes. Shouldn't be too complex. Ian has an article on forgotten weapons. Why am I not surprised? I love it. Oh my god, I'll have to go back and watch that now. Are you talking about Bolt Action or Conflict 47? Alright, Deep Strike sounds like a Warhammer 40k thing. Unfortunate, Bad Rabbit, I'm not a 40k player. Not since 7th. It's 2 auto cannons and a medium AT gun. And 2 fists. Oh yeah, maybe one of the other gents in the chat can help you out, Bad Rabbit. I'm not your guy, unfortunately. I would not know. Nice. Matthew, the lore got it right with the Scorpion Light Walkers. They're there to replace all the tankettes that the Imperial Japanese had. As you know, they had a lot of them. The Type 94, the Type 92. They had a whole bunch of ones. The Scorpion Light Walker, it is insanely good because tabletop wise, and lore wise, it competes with the Type 92 tankette. So we know in Bolt Action, the Type 92 tankette is one of our best assets out there. You know, 7-up armor, heavy machine gun, recon special rule, it's phenomenal. But man, the Scorpion Light Walker gives it a serious run for its money. And right now it you can only take one. You know, you can only take a armored car or a light walker. Later, when we get the version 3 rules, or we get brought in line with version 3, maybe we could take armored platoons. That'll be different. Compression's tough. I don't have enough experience with it to effectively utilize it. I'm assuming it's more of a volume thing. Like the compression cannons are great. The compression rifles, I feel like it's the compression rifles sound to me like what a shotgun rule would be. So for what you guys don't know, it can take a normal shot, you know, like a rifle shot with about normal damage. So imagine that kind of like a slug, or it can take multiple shots at close range with -1 to pin, which means like it's worse at penetrating than a regular rifle shot. So it's not bad, but to me it sounds like a what is that? A KSG-12, the Kel-Tec twin tube-loaded shotgun where you keep slug on one side and buckshot on the other. So it kind of sounds almost like it's a shotgun that can either run slugs or buckshot, if that makes sense. That's kind of how the rules sound like to me in my head to try and justify it. Now, if you're building a flexible and balanced Imperial Japanese Army, that makes sense, and I think it'll work well for you. I build a very aggressive ABC, always be charging. So for me, rifles, unless they're going to be in close combat, like the Ghost Attack Squad, I'll probably put submachine guns on. Not yet. In all the lore I've read, and I think that's a smart way of doing it, they're avoiding a lot of the hard sci-fi of it, you know, because you know you do that and people will just, which is good because it was Clockwork Goblins who wrote it all, and it was kind of fathered over by Warlord Games. Then Warlord Games kind of bought them out, and now they're bringing in their new writers. One of them is Gav Thorpe. I don't think I've read any Gav Thorpe books. Maybe y'all have. Maybe you could tell me. I hear he's hit and miss. He's good and bad, so we'll see. But I expect them to change a lot of stuff. So I think maybe they'll go a little bit more into how that compression actually works. So the way in my head, I think it kind of works, RK, the way I can explain to myself, it's a lot more like the pin particles, you know, if you're familiar with like Marvel, you know, as far as like Ant-Man style. That's kind of how compression cannons work in my head anyways. They're able to rapidly expand or shrink. No, that was, shit. Dan Abnett. Dan Abnett did Gaunt's. Because he also did Double Eagle and a lot of other good stuff that I liked. If he was writing for Conflict 47, oh, I would be over the fucking moon. There are 2 Conflict 47 novels. They're okay. They're not bad. It's basically just it's Fury, the movie Fury, but with walkers. Not a bad thing. Not at all. It's alright. I can't not recommend it because it's the only novels for Conflict 47. At the same point in time, I also can't recommend, you know, go out and buy it today and read it. A lot of typos, and it's very short. It's not bad at all. Like I said, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed reading it, but not to the point where I'd recommend it to anybody to spend their money on it. Nothing against the guy who wrote it. I enjoyed his work, and I wish him all the best. God. So the last thing I need is another project. Yeah, I think Guns at Tanith was probably my favorite Gaunt's Ghost series of books, but I loved Double Eagle, and I loved all the Battlefield Gothic stuff, so you go back to, like, Shadow Point, Relentless, Mortal Fuel, those were just so damn good. But that's older Black Library. I don't mean to sound like one of those like doomsayers, like, oh, back in my day, but yeah, it was very, you know, gothic sci-fi. It was very dark, and I enjoyed that. That's what I liked about Battlefield Gothic is it's the same thing with 40k. You know, there are no good guys. Everybody says that, but then everyone's like, oh, but secretly my faction's the good guys. Battlefield Gothic, there are no good guys. Those Navy ships are not ran well. They're god awful, absolutely despicable. But you know, what are you gonna do? Space is cruel. Wear a helmet or a vac suit. Yeah, spoiler alert, the term mortal fuel is literally they're not even ratings. They don't even rate. They're literally just people that they conscript and gang press on planets after a battle, and they throw them up on ships, and they work so hard keeping the engines and their part of the ships alive that they literally die while doing it. When they die, they just push them right into the reactor, whatever machinery it is, and it just grinds them up and no one cares. Kind of like when they're building the Great Wall of China, you know, people would die, they just bury them in the wall. Like, yeah, shit happens. Allegedly. I don't know if that's true or not. Not a historian, don't yell at me. Yeah, Battlefield Gothic is dark as shit. And a lot of the officers are all just like royal people, or like royal families from Hyperfloor. In every ship, there's a whole bunch of like gene stealers, like in the bows of the ship, slowly breeding with the mortal fuel and ratings, like literally breeding with them to make second and third generation gene stealers. Cult. There's smuggling, slavery, every nasty thing you can imagine goes on in those ships. Very dark, very good though. Again, it was gothic sci-fi. Alright, cool. There's one pauldron done. Not bad. Sorry if you heard that. That was a guest appearance by one of my dogs. He does his own thing. I keep hearing one of the best books of Warhammer 40k, and I think it's one of the, I say newer books, because like I said, I left after 7th. When Cadia blew up and they put out Primaris Marines, I was like, nothing wrong with it. I just didn't gel with the lore anymore. You know, I liked my old lore that didn't change. Anywho, when I hear one of the books that came out that I missed, that I never read, that's really good, people keep talking about this Necron book. It's like these two old guys, they said it almost reads like a buddy cop story, but they're like two old Necron lords or something like that. I can't think of what it's called, but everybody recommends it. I gotta look it up and read it. Yeah, so Nathan, I 100% got you. That's literally where I stole the idea of the samurai helmets for like the NCOs and officers. Shameless ripoff of Red Alert. Red Alert 3. I haven't put them up yet. I need to. I ordered some stuff. I think it's like a Christmas gift from Displate, and I got some Red Alert. Some of the girls from Red Alert 3 I got, to put up above my work desk. I love Red Alert 3 so much. The only problem is, majority white army is going to be a pain in the ass to paint. I learned that the hard way with the old world and my Merchants of Menace privateers. Yeah, I'm really just going kind of like rule and cool what I think looks good. So, especially for my Tiki tears, they're going with, primary tan, alternate color green. I said you could easily do this with like if I wanted to do like a big like Kempeitai style army, like a big urban pacification style force, I would probably do these as gray with like red on the armor and stuff like that, and red accents, and like on the side of the Ho-Ha Halftrack to be like a giant rising sun and stuff. Yeah, like I said, I love the Double Eagle. I love the Fantine Air Corps. That's why, the Fantine Skyborn from Gazetance is definitely my favorite, like, quote-unquote, Imperial Guard regiment, quote-unquote. How's the Space Marine 2 world, Nathan? I know you use mods, but any official new content, like official updates that come down the pipeline for us filthy console users? I'd love to see what else I can add to my Red Corsairs. Go ahead and throw some lead belcher on there. Who wouldn't want a giant buzzsaw on your walker? Imagine just like cutting. Imagine just getting like bum rushed by a whole bunch of like Ursus infantry, just cutting them down with a buzzsaw. Fur and blood flying everywhere. Smells like pierogies, vodka, and regret. I think if I want to do the whole pincer, lead belter, or if I just want to do the inside blade. I'm thinking just the inside blade. Yeah, until he does the lobotomy and takes off that whole robotics portion off with one good swipe. No, the Merlins are pretty nasty. But again, that's also a heavy walker. This guy would be outclassed. He's just a little medium walker. Just a little guy. Awesome, yeah, I'll definitely get around to it. I may end up doing like a joint narrative on the two Malta battles, you know, for bolt action. So I'll probably end up doing that. But take it easy, Bad Rabbit. Hope you guys had a great game. Get some sleep, man. Thanks for joining the stream, brother. Yeah. RK walkers are wild, man. I can't that's the only thing I'm looking forward to them. So when they bring it along with Vision 3, I think it's really gonna hurt close combat. But I'm excited to see actual walker platoons and people actually fielding like shit tons of light, medium, and heavy walkers. I feel like it's gonna feel like a diesel punk version of Mech Warrior, but in 28mm. Yeah, but am I thinking right? The Mud Skipper. Is the Mud Skipper the one that can take bazookas under the hands, where it has like a bazooka under each arm? I think so. Yeah, I get the Mud Skipper and the Puddle Skater mixed up, I want to say. Yeah, that is one difference. The German Locust actually has the grav, has an enlarged gravity system in the back, like their Falcon jump infantry. So it's actually a jump walker. That's why it's medium. but the Imperial Japanese one does not. They took that off because it was too temperamental, it didn't work very well, and they didn't need it for the jungle. Yeah, the Tooth and Claw rule. So for those of you who don't know, in Conflict 47 right now, the Tooth and Claw rule allows a model to swing 3 times. Hey, Solaris, yeah, these are Conflict 47 models. I'm painting Imperial Japanese Medium Locust Walker right now. Yeah, that's right, the Pond Skater's a little 2-guy one, the Mud Skipper, you need to take 2 heavy machine guns or 2 bazookas under each arm. Yep. But, yeah, the Tooth and Claw rule allows a monstrosity model in close combat. It gets to swing 3 times. So when you have like a small squad of like 3 or 4 Ursus infantry and they have the Tooth and Claw rule, that's still 12 attacks. They can be absolutely deadly. That's why in Conflict 47 you see a lot more people rely on heavy machine guns, AT rifle teams, auto cannons, because you need that extra penetration to punch through those tough infantry like heavy infantry or monsters. Or same thing with zombies too. So the one thing they did really well on was balancing the heavy infantry for Conflict 47. Each nation's heavy infantry, they are heavy, you know, but they function in different ways. Some are like heavier and clunkier, you know, so they have more armor, they can take more weapons, but they're also slow. Where some, you know, they're not slow, but they're not fast, but they can't take as good. Like the Americans, you know, they have a little bit of armor, they're not slow, but they can only take assault rifles, right? Versus Galahad, the British one, you know, they come with light machine guns per person. You know, Germans can still take medium machine guns, Panzerfaust, shit like that. The Imperial Japanese, their heavy infantry are the opposite. They're actually fast. That's why they're called exosuits or battle suits, because they're not just heavy infantry, they're just external suits. So it makes them a little bit more survivable and also makes them stupid fast. And they can use their exosuits to either as like battle suits, which means they have like a compression rifle or a rifle or SMG on one hand and a grenade launcher on the other. They could have an SMG and a close combat weapon like a sword, or what I like to use my I have them right here. What I like to use my exosuits for, my Imperial Japanese exosuits, you can tell he has like little submachine gun and stuff like that, and the grenade launcher. I like to put Panzer Shrieks on them and use them as anti-tank teams, because they still have, remember, they have infrared, so smoke doesn't necessarily work very well in Conflict 47 because they can see through it. They have infrared vision, they're fast, they're tough, and they have anti-tank weapons. So the Imperial Japanese, they lose their lunge mines in Conflict 47, but they get an actual shoulder-fired anti-tank weapon, which is phenomenal. So I'm still not sold on the cover mechanic for Bolt Action 3rd Edition. Like I said, overall, I like 2nd Edition more than 3rd Edition. The only thing I like from 3rd Edition is the platoon selector. That is the only thing so far I like from 3rd Edition. Yeah, sorry to jump around topics. Yeah, the USSR heavy infantry, what makes them cool is their weapon selection. They have, I think it's what? Yeah, it's a submachine gun and an AT rifle. They have a dual weapon system, so they can just shoot an AT rifle or use a submachine gun. And yeah, at first, you know, they're not. Everyone else has like powered heavy infantry. The Soviets are just scrap metal. It literally looks like the Iron Man suit that he built in the cave. You know, that's their Mark 1 version. Their Mark 2 version's much better later on. But their first version is just really tough Russians in armored suits with some machine guns and AT rifles and sledgehammers. But yeah, the cover system, I think it's one of the things I like the least about 3rd edition besides the nerf of the Japanese. The way I've kind of gotten with the cover system that makes me happy, and it's up to other people if they want to play this way. You play however you want. What I like is being real, not strict, but being real careful about what is cover on a board. A lot of times people want to go with, particularly people who have experience, want to go like, oh, cover versus concealment. If it's cover, it's heavy cover. If it's concealment, it's light cover. And I get that. That makes sense. It's a great rule of thumb to use. In 2nd edition, that worked phenomenal. In 3rd edition, it makes it just a little too safe, I guess. Like, I like my tabletop games a little lethal. I like losing models and I like taking models, you know? So, the way we played it our last game, and I thought it was a good way of playing it. I thoroughly loved it. I had no complaints. Was only buildings and destroyed vehicles gave you heavy cover. Anything else, unless you were like walled in on 3 sides, was light cover. So if you're like behind one chest high wall, that's going to be light cover, because again, rounds ricochet, you know, you take into account grenades, people get flanking shot. I mean, there's so many ways to look at it. So if you treat everything like light cover, you know, and then buildings are heavy cover, because right now buildings are dangerous, especially with HE. You don't want to go to a building and go get killed. So making buildings one of the only reliable ways to get heavy cover makes it a risk reward system. It's like, ooh, hey, we just knocked out his last HE that's within range. Let me hop in a building for a turn, you know, and trade some fire and then get back out of that building real quick. It makes gameplay a little bit more, it makes buildings not just like set pieces or terrain, it actually makes them useful. I think if you use too much heavy cover, it's just going to be like, it's going to be like an airsoft game where it's like an honor system and nobody's calling their hits. You know what? That's it. That's the analogy. So you feel free to clip it and send it to Morning Glory. It's exactly what it is. Version 3, it's amazing the clarity you get at 3 o'clock in the morning. Version 3 of bolt action, where people use too much heavy cover on the board, feels exactly like an airsoft game on an honor system where like 12-year-olds are supposed to call their own hits. It's not gonna happen. You're just gonna sit there plinking at each other and just time's just gonna tick by. It's all gonna be about who's in the right spot, and it's gonna turn very tabletop, you know, table sports, competitive Warhammer 40k style if you're not careful. I know, I just went on a huge tumble, like rabbit dive. I went from heavy cover to Warhammer 40k competitive scene, but I promise they're related. If you're not careful about what you do with cover, it makes the game dry. Unless you like playing that way. Now, if you like playing that way, that's awesome. By all means. This is just my opinion for what it's worth. If you want a fast and lethal game, make the only heavy cover buildings or destroyed vehicles. Yeah, but see, and I get that, RK. The only thing I'll say with that is I feel like that takes people who took medics and makes them feel wonky, because that was supposed to be the benefit of the medic. The medic was supposed to be the one way that you could quote-unquote save people, you know? And that was the whole point. That was the very Desmond Doss, the whole, you know, badass thing, you know, about the medics. That's why you're like, in version 3, it makes medics feel weird. Matthew, I can't recommend enough, man. Cinematic Tabletop. His intro to bolt action, he breaks it down very well in like different little parts, you know, and then puts it all together. Very well done. I'll be surprised that doesn't become Bolt Action's like official video let's play or how to play. It's phenomenally well done. But again, I don't pretend to be an expert. You know, you put me up against people like Woodimp, Morning Glory, Bo, you know, any of the other people. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, guys. I don't get to play near as much as I want to. I'm just letting you know what I find fun. It doesn't mean it's a good rule or a good idea. But it's just my 2 cents. I like games that, you know, you need to make a tactical decision, you know, and then depending on what you decide, you have to pay for it, you know. I like risk reward kind of thing. Like, what do you want to do? I feel like if there's too much optimalness, it just becomes who's more optimal. Yes. So kind of a spicy take here. Okay, nothing against Bo. I've never met the guy. I don't think I've ever talked to him before. I think I've left a comment on the video once or twice, but I've never exchanged words with the guy. He seems like a nice guy, don't get me wrong. I think Bo is probably one of the best competitive bolt action players. It sounds so lame. It's going to sound like such a hippy-dippy thing for me to say, but I don't think being the best competitive bolt action player makes you the best bolt action player. And the reason why I say that, I know, hot take, is to me, bolt action was made to be a Hollywood style take on World War II for the tabletop. Now, it can lean historical, it can lean competitive, but what I think it was made for was for fun, Hollywood style World War II tabletop wargaming. If they wanted to make a purely historical World War II tabletop game, they would have made that. If they would have made a pure competitive, you know, constantly updating stuff, they would have made that. I don't think, in my opinion, that that's what the essence of bolt action or conflict participant was. They're not made to be either super historical or super competitive. They're made to be a Hollywood take on tabletop wargaming. You know, especially the people who grew up watching some of the older black and white style World War II movies. You know, people who cut their teeth. Not just on, a lot of us younger guys watch Band of Brothers and Saving Private Ryan, but before that, you know, Where Eagles Dare, A Bridge Too Far, people who watched that the whole time. You know, that's why they even have a model. They even have the Oddball Sherman. They have the Hollywood Tiger. You know, they have Dad's Army. You know, that's a set you can get. You know, one of the starter sets was Band of Brothers. It's supposed to be all the models I showed, you have the guy from, oh shit, I'm literally looking right at the model, sorry. Inglorious Bastards, there it is. You have Inglorious Bastards. You know, they just released a model for Ministry of Ungentleman Warfare, which, yes, that's based on Operation Postmaster, but it's still a very Hollywood take on it because that's fun. You know? There was bad things that happened in the war, you know? People aren't trying to recreate those, they're trying to recreate the Hollywoodness of it that the movies made kind of glamorized. You have to forgive me, Sean. I don't know who John Stollards are. I'm sorry if I paraphrased or took his words. That wasn't my intention. I'm not sure who he is. Well, listen here, Sean. You just happen to know everybody, don't you? No, that's really cool, man. That's awesome. Oh, nice. I would love to see, Matthew, you gotta send me a picture of what you want to do. So as far as Ghost Walkers, let me reach over here. So, I have some Ghost Walkers, and I also got the, let me turn the light down. Also got the, I ordered the book so I can get that limited edition. Let me take it out of the packaging because that light's killing me. So I got the book because it was on sale, so it came with the actual limited edition Ghost Walker model where he's like phasing in and out of a wall. So you'll have to tell me how you want yours. Yeah, see, I don't really know the people at the company. God, what a terrible what a terrible Comic 47 person I am. I don't even know their names. Anyways, so Matthew, what I'm planning on doing, my guys, I plan on doing their armor and their suits black, and I think their eyes are going to do reds. It's kind of more like what was that? The Riddick movie and the Necromancers or Necromunders? What is it? Necromongers, I think it's what it was. Necromongers. Those little like weird guys they kept on a leash. So yeah, I plan on doing black armor with red inside the goggles. But I think I say it to you guys all the time too. This uniform was actually real. I mean, obviously they couldn't face their walls, but they're called crouching dragons. Ryu Riki, I want to say, or Riku Ryu. Again, I don't speak Japanese. But anyways, the term was crouching dragon, and what it was is this actual suit is a scuba suit. It's a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. And what it is they'd send these guys down to the depths and they give them basically waterproof lunge mines. And the whole point was when the landing boats came, they just jab that spear up and take out a landing boat, hopefully kill a tank and a whole bunch of troops with it and have them all drown. Oh yeah, oh Matthew, that sounds badass, brother. I cannot wait to see it, man. I love that I love someone painting a different Japanese painting scheme. Oh, that is so cool. Because it's also kind of cool. You can think about like different warlords, different dynasties, you know? Oh man, it'd be really neat. Like different like dynamos and clans and stuff like that, you know? Oh, they can trace it back to the different clans. Like Nakanaga Obo and stuff like that. Oh yeah. Oda, so cool. All right, let me. They're gonna hit the auto cannons, and then I'll paint all the fans and grills, and I'll get into the strapping. School Cutter Sean, like, you don't even know his name. The man made the game, and you don't even know his name. Fake nerd. Now, I was talking to someone about Fallout Factions, and they're like, oh, it was made by, you know, insert whatever guy's name here. I was like, okay. He's like, you don't know who that is? I was like, no. Like, he's the guy who made Necromunda. I was like, okay, that's cool. Like, Necromunda's a fun game. That sounds cool then. Why don't you just say that? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not good with names anymore. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, what'd they do? Oh, they made this game. Oh, that's cool. Fair enough, Sean. That's a fair point. But yeah, anyways, so the original point, again, no shade toward, that's why I don't personally, nothing against the guy, that's why I don't subscribe to Bo's content. I think he makes great content. I just don't always want to know what's the most competitive way to play, because I feel like in my head I'll naturally lean towards that. Even if I don't want to embrace it, I just naturally kind of will, you know? So I think his content's great for people who play tournaments, and if that's how people have fun. That's how both people have fun playing Bolt Action. I wish them all the best, and that's how they should play Bolt Action. I think he's great. It's just not my cup of tea. But I'm sure he's a great guy. But as far as him being I'm not trying to like pick words, RK. You know, I'm not trying to attack your words, because obviously hindsight's 2020. But he's probably the best competitive Bolt Action player. I could definitely see that, but. But yeah, if you ever wants to get on this tiny stream and talk, man, I'd be happy to talk to him. Seems like a nice guy. Seems like he really enjoys bolt action and brings a lot to the community, which I'm happy for. He puts out a lot more content than me, and good on him. He makes a lot of people happy, a lot of people are fans, which is a good thing. I don't think I've seen an actual like bolt action creator that I don't like. Everyone seems pretty chill. So, as part of my, I guess, my overall gaming philosophy, I run into this a lot when I talk to my brother. I have multiple brothers. One of them really enjoys MMORPGs. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do. I generally like more single-player, campaign, or like story-based games. You know, to each their own. I play a bunch of different types of video games, but he was asking me like why I didn't get into MMORPGs, and you know, I tried like everybody else. I tried with World of Warcraft. And to me, what got me with World of Warcraft, when I first read about it, I was excited. I was like, oh, I can just be a goblin, and I can take like tinker engineering, and I can just like make stuff and sell it on an auction house. Like, that's the coolest thing ever. I was like, I'll never have to quest. I can just like get a little house or whatever and just like make stuff, and that's it. That can be my job, you know? Kind of like RuneScape almost, I guess. But the way it kind of, like, I think I was like, oh, I can wear whatever I want, do whatever I want. But the way some of those games work, and there's nothing wrong with it, it's the meta. The meta will sneak up on you. And what I mean by that is there's games like that have, you could do whatever you want. You know, you have the choice to do whatever it is you want. And they're not wrong. You do have that choice. But to me, it's almost the illusion of choice, because in order to be meta, in order to do the in-game content, in order to actually not constantly get, you know, bent over the barrel and showed all 50 states by the AI, you know, you need to have certain items. It's like, yes, as a, I don't know, as a priest, you know, you can wear whatever you want and use whatever weapons you want, but if you want to be a good priest and actually help out on a raid, you know, and be competitive or be valuable at a higher level, you need to wear this set of armor and carry this weapon and have these spells and have this loadout. Where it's like, yeah, you can be whatever class you want, but you need to do this. Or you don't need to, but in order to get access to the content. I don't know, I think that frame of thinking, some people find that fun to like optimize their characters or optimize their gameplay. That's how some people find enjoyment, and that makes sense. I think it's cool. Some people don't like that, so to each their own. If you ask me, no one did, so I guess I'm not asked, I'm just kind of saying it out loud. But I think the same thing happens, and I think you're seeing it a little bit of Warhammer 40k with the power level. You know, when you don't have point cost for war gear or weapons, it's the same thing as the illusion of choice from MMORPGs. When you don't have a point cost for every single weapon or upgrade, it becomes a question of meta. Yes, you can take flamers on your chimeras. You know, you can take double flamer on your chimera, but is that the most optimal thing to do? There's no points difference, so why wouldn't you take the most optimal thing at all times? By making the game easier or more streamlined, you still have the choices, but you're almost like penalized for picking something for fun versus for what's optimized. I don't know. I don't mean to sound like a doomsayer, but that's one of the many things I love about bolt action, is that you pay points for just about everything. You know? Like I said, usually I'm a super chill guy. The only thing I'm not, I guess I'm somewhat strict on, like, I don't care if models are painted, I don't care about this. The one thing I will be kind of a stickler about when I play games, I know it sounds crazy, you know, because I'm super laid back, is points cost. If we're playing a 500 point game, you can have a 499 point army, that's perfectly fine. You can have a 485 point army. I wouldn't recommend it, but that's fine. I will not play someone who has 501 points. I won't do it. You can always go under, but 500 is the ceiling. So that's one of my weirdest things. Like when I play these games, like especially when it comes to a point cost, like that's the only thing I'm quote unquote somewhat strict about. You know, is you have to do the points cost. You know, you can't be like, oh, it's just 1 point over. No. That means you didn't sacrifice somewhere. That means you took the best of what you could, and you didn't sacrifice it. There's plenty of times I've come... RK, I think you've been there recently. We've all been there, where you put together a list, you know, and you're like, all right, I'm at 743 points or something weird. You're like, okay, what if I add this? Okay, boom, now I'm at 752. You're like, shit! You're like, I don't want to get rid of anything. What do I get rid of? You know, what do I have to drop? So... that's like the only thing I guess I'm quote unquote kind of strict about for tabletop wargaming. Well, that and I guess there's a lot of things. I like people to like roll out in the open. You know, there's no need to hide rolls. I think that's weird. I'm a very live by the trade, die by the trade kind of guy. But as far as list building, man, I don't care. People can sneak in late war stuff and early war. That doesn't bug me. Unpainted models, that doesn't bug me. You know. But yeah, points cost for whatever reason, because I think points are so important. It's that give and take. It's that, you know, you have to make that choice. I like that. But I think that's a big not a stickler, but for people who came into 40K in these later editions, you know, after 7th, I think that's something that they're seeing that they're not liking that much in bolt action, that there's a points cost, and you can see that sometimes. Go like, hey, is it okay if I'm over 5 points? No. Like, no. That's a submachine gun. Just lose a submachine gun. Like, I don't understand. So as far as unpainted models, my opinion on that is I would at least request that they be, you know, at very minimum, just spray paint them all one color. You know, at least spray primer the whole thing. That would be cool. Like, if you're playing French, just spray primer them blue. If you're playing German, spray primer them gray. If you're playing, you know, British, spray primer them tan. If you're playing American, spray primer them green. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, USSR, make them red. Imperial Japanese, fuck, I don't know. White, I guess. Doesn't matter. But just spray primer the shit. Hey, what's going on, Commander? But I don't mind unpainted models. I think the only stipulation with that is if you're going to an event where it's not even like a professional event, because I don't do competitive stuff like that. But if it's for the store, like if you know this is going on the store's website and the store is putting up prizes and the store's like using this for advertisement, then I would say your army should be painted. If that makes sense. Like if you're going to an event at a store and the store contributed either like food or one of the prizes for whoever wins or something like that, and you know they're taking pictures the whole time, they're going to put them up on their website and Twitter and social media, yeah, you should have a painted army, because the store's kind of relying on that as their advertising, you know. It's kind of a give and take. But if it's a friendly game, man, it's a friendly game. But yeah, I think, you know, other than like dice, but that's just because, you know, cheaters. But other than that, I think that's the only thing I would ever really be strict on for events. Is just, if you have a points cap, just like if you have a dice cap, if you have a dice cap or a points cap or a time cap, you know, like, hey, you only have 2.5 hours, you know, at the end of time is the end of time, you know. I don't like that. Okay, go ahead and play it out, see how it ends. Like, no, you know, dice down, heart down. You know what you have going into it. Like, you knew ahead of time what you had. I always think it's a, I don't know, it's I've too long dominated this conversation. What are your thoughts on the matter? What do y'all think? I heard my wife laugh. It's one of our favorite quotes. If you ever seen the movie Casanova, that's what it's from. Anyways, what are y'all's thoughts on point? I'll put a, you know what, let me make a poll. Let me finish this autocannon and then I'll make a poll in the chat for you guys. I want to hear what y'all think about autocannons. I want to hear if I'm a little too I want to hear if I'm a little too strict about it. I don't know. Maybe the old MP in me is coming out. So let me finish this autocannon. I'll put a poll. Are you saying for my actual dice or for other people's dice? As long as they're a 6-sided die, I don't care what kind of die people use. As long as they can read it and as long as they roll it in the tray, I don't give a shit. If I think they're suspicious, you know, if they're like suspiciously rolling well, I'll just ask that we all use those dice. You know, very USSR of me. For instance, this may make you laugh. A lot of you guys know I spent money to get some cool, what I thought were cool dice. They were the Blood Red Skies dice for the IJA, right? So they're hash markers, you know, like tally marks, you know, for aircraft. They are cool and they are heavy. They're beautiful dice, but you can ask Irish or Trooper. They are the worst dice to read because the 3s look just like the 4s. It was a fucking nightmare. I will never use those dice again. They look awesome, but they are terrible to read. All right, there we go. Look, we got our. Look, we're doing Mech Warrior 1947. This is awesome. Put this guy down, and let me put a poll in the chat. I promise I still know how to do that. I've still done YouTube once or twice. Let me see if I can figure it out. I'm a real YouTuber. I promise. Don't leave. I need your validation, don't leave. I'm kidding. All right, look at that. A poll like a real YouTuber. Look at that. All right, here we go. Sorry to catch up on the stuff. Yeah, faction dice are cool. Matthew, great question. I have seen that happen, so I will let you know my opinion, because you did ask, which is cool. People actually ask me. You know, people care. So, what I see more, I don't see as many rivet counters, particularly here where I play in Florida. I've actually got a good group going. Me, RK is not in Florida, but he comes down and plays with us. We got a couple other guys who play with us, which is pretty cool. But kind of a younger crowd. But the older crowd I used to play with, they were very big and historical, which is fine. But here's the problem. They didn't get mad that my stuff wasn't authentic. For example, this tank. They did not get upset about the camo scheme of the tank, which is fine. They didn't really get that upset about the camo scheme of the tank. It's not. I mean, technically, I can point to a Zero that had that paint scheme, but it was never on tanks that we know of, so it's not super historical. That's not where they got upset. Where I run into people historically getting upset when it comes to bolt action is it's the same thing you'll see in 40K when people use the lore to justify their models. People will use history to justify their models in bolt action. A great example is. I had a big problem in 2nd edition where people found out I played Japanese. They're like, okay, but you can't take bamboo spear fighters. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, excuse me? I was like, is that like a tournament rule? They're like, no, it's just, they weren't really that common. They only happen on some islands. Like, oh, okay, I'm not debating the history of it. I'm saying it's in my Armies of Imperial Japan book. If I'm allowed this many slots, I can pay these points and I can take them. That's an option to me with my army. You can't tell me what I can and can't take with my army. People will use historical stuff to justify why you can and can't have certain models. That's where I get the problem with it. Where it's like, well, you can't have a type unless you agree upon it ahead of time, like a campaign. Like if we're playing a campaign in, let's say the island of Java, right? And we're trying to be historically accurate. I won't bring a Type 92 tankette because Type 92 tankettes were only really used in mainland China. But if we're just playing a normal game of bolt action and I'm following all the rules, my army is within the points limits, my army is within the dice limits, my army is within the time era. Like, well, you can't have more than one Type 92 tankette because they wouldn't have had that back then. That's where I get the issue. People will use historical knowledge to try and, verbal judo you. I don't want to use bully because bully sounds like a dumb term. They'll try and do verbal judo with you by trying to see if they have more historical knowledge than you and try and tell you what you can and can't take historically. Which, there's nothing wrong if you're playing a historical bolt action tournament. That's awesome. That's a good thing, actually. That's cool. If you're not, they can piss off. Yeah, Sean's right. If they talk about it ahead of time, you're perfectly fine. Like I say, it's going to like an actual event, where they're like, hey, this is your points cost, this is your dice limit, all lists have to be pre-approved. That's awesome. But then when you show up, someone's like, another good example. I know I can only use anecdotal evidence because that's what happens to me. But I used to get this a lot in 2nd edition. I even get it from Lord and Glory. It's like, how can you have veteran lunge mines, or how can you have veteran suicide anti-tank guys? Because it's an option in the book. I could pay the extra points and make them veteran. If I couldn't, it wouldn't let me. I can't take veteran spear fighters. I can't take veteran militia. They have to come green. I can't take a veteran Kimpatai. Kimpatai political secret police officers come as inexperienced. If I couldn't take a suicide guy as a veteran, it wouldn't let me. Like, I'm not gonna go over like what you can and can't take on your tank or stuff like that. It's something, for whatever reason, I'm not saying it only happens to Imperial Japanese, but for whatever reason, it was extremely, I guess, easy to do it to Imperial Japanese players in second edition. People would always get into you, be like, oh, well, that's not how it was really done, or you know, like again, I was using a knee mortar. A guy's like, well, it wouldn't really have the range of a real light mortar. I'm like, oh, my God, man, like, can we not, like, I don't mind historical discussions. I think it's fun when it's what you both want to do. You know, when you're there for something else. I just had that happen a lot. I think it's something you get when you play as the Imperial Japanese. Maybe German players get it a lot. Let me know in the chat. Have you guys had that, going to Matthew's question, have you had rivet counters get on to you about your models? Or same thing, I can't tell the difference between like a Panzer II or a Panzer I. As long as you tell me what it is and you don't change it, I don't care. Like, you do you, boo. If you were to paint your Panther pink, I think that would probably be the coolest and funniest thing I ever heard of, like a pink Panther. I think it's hysterical and hilarious. You do you, man. As long as you're a fun person to play and you make it a good environment, I don't care what you do, as long as you don't try and interfere with my stuff. I won't interfere with yours, don't interfere with mine. And I think if you have a set upon, going back to the poll, if you have a set upon point limit, where it's like, hey, I've list built for like weeks to get my list right where I want it to for 500 points. You know, I had to take away some stuff that I wanted to bring. You know, I had to make some sacrifices to get to like 500 points, or realistically, let's be honest, probably like 496 points, you know, and then someone else shows up with 506. I'm not gonna lie, that just takes the wind right out of my sails. I'm just like, because what it says to me is like, you didn't sacrifice, like you knew the list ahead of time. It wasn't a surprise, you know, you're not making it up on the spot. Wait, somebody else threw a hissy fit? I'm reading your comment, Matthew. That's crazy. Somebody else. Ugh, no. Yes, Arcade. Okay. You know what? I'm so glad it happened to somebody else. That's exactly the thing I'm talking about. People would say that same shit. You know, be like, oh well, only this should have this rule because historically this. I'm like, it's just not a historical war game. It is just a tabletop war. It's a World War II tabletop war game. It's not. You can be historical if that's the way you want to play, but it's not like. I could take all my tanks as inexperienced if I wanted to. You know, the choice, as long as I go by the book and our pre-agreed upon rules, everything is okay as long as it's in the book. And Sean, you know what? That's perfectly fine too. I get that from other people too. That if I go to a historical game, like if I'm going to a reenactment for D-Day, if we're gonna do one for Malta, right? Or we're doing one for Burma. I don't want to see a Pink Panther either, right? But if I'm playing like a friendly competitive, like a friendly meetup game, or I'm doing some Conflict 47, that's why I like Conflict 47, because you can pay whatever you want. It doesn't matter. But no, I get what you're saying, because if you're gonna do that, then you might as well just go full to Warhammer 40k. But I mean, for like just casual meetup games, I don't mind what you paint your tank. As long, with that being said, as long as it's not weird imagery, you know, like angry windmills or farm implements crossed or any of that other kind of weird stuff. But again, to each their own. But Sean, I think you nailed it earlier. It's all about communication. Just let me know ahead of time, like, hey, what kind of game are we playing here? If it sounds like it's just gonna be a casual game and I show up and you're gonna be super historical about it, you know, like, hey, you can't take 15 guys because your TO&E says you're only allowed 9 guys in an NCO, I'd be like, I get it. And the same argument can be made about, you know, painting models, where if someone only shows up with gray models and they're not playing as the Germans, you know, and you spend all that time painting your models and all that time getting the board ready, kind of like pulls you out of the immersion and kind of like wrecks your gameplay, you know. I can also see that argument as well. I think that's one of the cool things about tabletop wargaming is I think these same things we're talking about has been said all the way back to, who was it, like H.G. Wells and all the other people who started playing tabletop war games way back in the day. You know? Debating scale and setting and stuff like that. But yeah, watch those guys who use history to kind of like verbal judo you with what your model should do, because they won't do it to themselves, you know. Well, with that being said, I don't think it was in World War II. I don't think the Long Range Desert Group did it until like I don't think it was until later on, but there was some pink SAS recon vehicles way back in the desert. Particularly around sunrise and sunset, you know, nautical twilight. It was actually pretty good camouflage. Yeah, Sean nailed it. As always, it's all about expectations, right? Yeah, reasonable communication. Yeah, communicate expectations. You're not wrong. So here's a good example. I went to I got invited to a last minute bolt action event. I'm not a competitive guy. I told them that, like, hey, we just need someone who has points. Do you have the points? Like, yeah, I have the points. I'm just not very good. Like, it's fine to show up. You'll have fun. I had fun. I got shit tons of prizes. They were really nice, really friendly guys, right? But speaking of expectations, I took this tank, but I showed them. I was like, hey, look, you know, I have the howitzer turret. The other turret, I'm taking them as a Kaishinto. This is not the right turret for a Kaishinto. It's a little bit longer. But on that turret, I have my compression cannon because I play Conflict 47. So I don't want to show up with a compression turret and like ruin someone else's immersion. Is it okay if I just use the howitzer turret and have that count as my, you know, medium AT gun to be a Kaishinto? He's like, send me a picture. And the organizer's like, send me a picture of both. So I sent him a picture of both. He's like, the howitzer's fine. I was like, cool, thank you. So that goes back to Sean's exactly right. Communication. Be like, hey man, I don't want to show up with some weird war tech shit that's gonna ruin someone else's immersion to an event that I was invited to. You know, this is your fridge. Let me ask for a reach in and pull a beer. So, and I did. You know, there's no harm in asking. If anything, they'd be like, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. They'd be like, we prefer if you wouldn't. I'd be like, okay, cool, no worries. But yeah, there is a give and take. You know, I made the example of showing up to a Pink Panther. I think it's kind of funny. I'm a humorous guy, you know? But if I showed up and someone's entire army was like My Little Pony, I'd be like, okay, this is kind of breaking my immersion. And it's not Conflict 47. I was like, okay, it's kind of breaking my immersion a little bit. I wish you would have communicated. Not against it. You know, this is, you paid your money, you built your models, that's fine. I wish you would have communicated with me ahead of time. Same thing. I can see with Sean's point, if I showed up expecting to fight Nazis and I show up and it's My Little Ponies and Fritz helmets, I'll be like, I wish you would have told me, you know, so I'd have the right mind space walking into it. Because this is the way I always think about it is when you're playing a competitive tabletop war game, for the most part, because I don't know, I don't hang out with children, but you're playing an adult, and most adults work for a living. So this is someone's off-duty time, and depending where they work, salary or hourly, they're worth a certain amount per hour. They are not making money and spending what little off-duty time they have to play with miniatures and roll dice. So as long as you keep that in mind and try and make sure they have a good time while make sure you have a good time, I think ultimately it turns out well. I think sometimes when you go to tournaments, you'll see that thing where everyone thinks they're kind of like the main character kind of thing, you know? Like, I'd like everyone to have fun, but I'm not gonna like super sacrifice the whole time for it, you know? I'm still gonna make sure I have fun. It's like a fun. Again, it all goes back to what Sean said. Expectations and clear communications. See how the poll's doing. Oh, interesting. So far we have 25% say yes, 50% say no, 25% meh, let the dice and good times roll. Oh, I even made that rhyme. I didn't mean to. Look at that. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I don't want to turn into a bitch, piss, and moan fest. I just thought it'd be kind of an interesting topic. But yeah, we started talking about points costs, but Matthew, I'm glad you brought that up, man. That's happened to me with the whole historical thing. I just think it's a way that people do to kind of justify certain stuff. They want to say it in a different way, but instead they'll rely upon history, because that's something a lot of people who play bolt action have in common. Most people who play bolt action enjoy World War II history. It's weird, right? And you're not wrong, Matthew. It is funny, but and I can see Sean's point. That's why I kind of stretch it to the point of absurdity by bringing in a My Little Pony army. Is you know if your army is different, and that's the one thing I will say. You know if your shit's weird. A good example. Look at my NCO's helmets. They have samurai helmets. I know my shit is weird. So someone's like, "Hey, you want to play bolt action?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Hey, man, I mostly main Conflict 47, so my models are not historically accurately modeled. Is that okay? I mean, they're still WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get, you know, but they look, you know, because it's Conflict 47. And I'll send pictures. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Like, you know if your shit is different. You know what a Fallschirmjäger is supposed to look like. You know what SS is supposed to look like. You know what an Army Ranger is supposed to look like. So if you have different shit, you know you have different shit. So when you go to meet up a new person for the first time, just let them know. That's all you gotta do. I 100% get that, Arcade, that's kind of why I do the same thing. That's why I leaned into this, you know, idealized, you know, Tiki terror style thing for the Imperial Japanese. Historically, the Imperial Japanese did some horrific shit, like many other factions. But it doesn't excuse the shit they did, nor does it downplay it. So when I play the models, I kind of go crazy with like a very like Tiki style theme. You know, I to use our cousins across the pond vernacular, I take the piss out of it. You know, I make jokes, I paint them up in, you know, all different types of tropical style uniforms, make songs about it, you know, they're fighting like zombie hula girls. It's to lessen the blow of playing as the quote unquote baddies. Like I have a bandana, a Rising Sun bandana that says Tiki on it. I'm not gonna wear it. I think it's a step too far, but I will lay it out, you know, as part of like my army tray, so you know you can sell which one's mine. You know, I'm not gonna. Same thing. I wouldn't show up in full military regalia, regardless of which faction I played, be it American Airborne or, you know, Double Lightning Bolts. Like I'm not showing up in military. First off, I'm fat and it doesn't fit. Secondly, I'm not about that life. That doesn't sound that crazy, guys. Especially with special operations, everyone kind of knows that, okay, yeah, these are not uniformed personnel. They're going to kind of wear whatever. It would be like having females in your French resistance, you know, unit. Yeah, that makes sense. They're irregular fighting force. They'll have women and children. Like using children as part of your last-ditch effort as the Germans. Yeah, that makes sense. Right? So and I always tell the story. There's clever ways to get around that. Like some people like that kind of thing, and I get that. One guy who played Germans, he had a very cool way to show his German army that I thought wasn't like. I don't think it would offend anybody, but again, I don't know. Everyone, or a lot of people will recognize on a German unit the gas mask can that they keep their gas mask in is a very ubiquitous piece of gear for a German soldier. It is, you see it, you're like German, right? But it's not like land you in prison German in some countries. Like it's not like a hate symbol. It's a piece of military gear that has no markings on it, but it's 100% clearly German. So he kept a lot of his like models and dice and stuff like that in a German gas mask can. No markings on it, no crooked windmills, no double lightning bolts, no Hugo Boss, Coco Chanel shit, nothing. Just it was like I think it was just a green, gas mask can. Makes sense. It works. Super easy. Genius. That works. What a great way of like, if you want to go that little bit extra with your army and your Germans, that doesn't upset anyone. No one's gonna make a Twitter post about it, Very low-key, clever way of doing it. I would take this time to do a very shameless plug for the t-shirts on the Tiki merch site, but again, I haven't replaced them yet. I still have to replace all the t-shirts because the shirt we used to keep the price as low as possible, they ran out. So now I have to go back and remake all those designs with all the fonts and stuff. Not complaining, I don't mind. But I have to go back, I just have to redo it all into a new shirt, and you can't take the template with you, so you have to recreate it from scratch. So it's just gonna take some time. But that was my whole point, was to make non-spicy t-shirts for every faction. So you can still wear a t-shirt and represent your faction without having to like walk around with, a hammer and sickle or a crooked windmill. So I think the only ones that are still in stock is the Soviet one for it's a picture of a guy surfing on the front of a submarine. It says surfing USSR. I thought it was funny. It has a little tiki mask on it. And then I think I have one for the French Resistance. Those are the only ones that are in stock. The British, the Japanese, the American, the German one. I have to go back and remake all those. But I made them to where they would be very telltale towards that faction with the color and the font. Like a good example, the German shirt is gray with black writing, and it's in very like military block letters. So it's very clearly, German. Versus, the American one was green with like characteristic spray paint black letters. The British was a tan t-shirt with like cursive style writing on it, very like fancy and British. The Imperial Japanese was a white shirt with red writing, So everything that got me past putting flags or symbols on the shirt. That way you don't have to have like a symbol or flag on your shirt for what army you play. You can have a humorous t-shirt. That was the whole thought behind the t-shirts, Yes, the only faction that still has a shirt is the French Resistance. for those of you who are interested in doing your own YouTube thing, which I highly encourage, and if you do, please let me know because I'll be the first person to subscribe and follow you as well. One of the projects I am working on, as I said, I always have a lot of irons in the fire, is I'm making copyright-free music that you can stream if you ever want to live stream your bat reps. Now, it will be made with the Suno program, which, if you don't know, uses AI. Some people very strongly against using AI, which I completely understand. And again, like we talked about, clearly communicating stuff. I'm clearly communicating this is made with AI, but I'll be making background like World War II style combat, like epic music, you know. And the point is that I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna put it on like a 2-hour like playlist, right, or a 2-hour long video that you can just set in the background and just loop, and it'll be copyright free. So I'll post that on my site, and you guys can use that in the background of any and all of your songs as much as you want, as long as you don't mind the whole AI thing. No worries, Commander. Oh, dude, Commander, I'm just happy you're popping in, man. Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it, man. I'm always happy to see you in the chat. Hope everything's going well on your side of the world, man. Hope you're getting fair weather over there. Yeah, that's why I did that narrative bat rep. I thought it was kind of a fun way of doing it because I wanted to be kind of like an audio tale. You know, that's the kind of way I was going for it, like an old, you know, the shadow knows, you know, that whole style. That's why I did my narrative bat rep. That's kind of how I think I'll do mine in the future. I appreciate it, but no, it's not wisdom. It's just the ramblings of a semi drunk amateur model painter. Like I said, I don't think I have the right way to play Boltax or any tabletop game. I just know the way that I have fun doing it, and you know, it's a way I recommend to try maybe once or twice, see if you like it. So what I like to do with these walkers is I paint like a lot of the joints. Like you can tell, like this, you can tell this is a joint, right? So I'll paint this with lead belcher, and then I'll go back and hit it with like Nolan oil to kind of make it look like well lubricated and oiled. Hey, Mad Larkin, pop back up again. How's it going, brother? You do have power here, Larkin. You even have the power to vote. You can vote in the poll. How's that for power? Look what they need to mimic even a fraction of our power. But yeah, the French shirt is a French resistance shirt. I think it says something like, I'm here to drink wine and do hood rat things behind enemy lines, and I'm all out of Bordeaux. Like, I don't know. Stuff that makes me laugh. I don't know if it's funny or not. Like, I chuckle, so I made a shirt out of it. So you can either think it's funny or too wordy. That's fine. But you play French, and I think it's blue with red writing, so it kind of looks like French resistance, you know. Oh yeah, Mad Lark and I 100% M. Yep, gotta go with the old Vineyard camo. 100%. I'm just taking care of all the other stuff first. So yeah, you could tell with this samurai, forgive, I don't know the proper termination, I don't mean to be offensive, I call it like splint armor, but with this, you know, samurai style splint armor, with the exosuits, I'm painting them in the same way as the actual walkers, so they look kind of consistent, you know? There's this pauldron, there's the walker's pauldron. It's the same thing like on the leg armor for the scorpion walkers. For this splint style armor, I painted, for me, I'm doing the Vineyard camo with the narrow green lines, and then I do the pauldrons as green. That would look cool, man. It just have like bonsai on the back. Yeah, I could do that. Tiki flash. Oh my god, that's what it's actually be called one day. I'm gonna see that being sold. Like, would you like Tiki flash? That was really cool. So yeah, I think the next step is actually I'm gonna kind of get the spots I missed with the spray primer with Zandari dust, and then we're gonna bust out the blue tape and get the Tiki flash going. Yep, all these tanks are gonna have the same paint scheme. Yeah, still going for Inswall. Like I said, it's probably gonna be I'll probably be streaming for a while. I'm in a great mood. I have the time and I have the desire to paint, so I'm trying to, you know, make hay while the sun's shining, you know. You know the rule, Sophies. There's only one way to get a pair of Sophies. You know the rule. Can't buy them. Oh, Matthew, you're good. I can't spell for shit. That's one of my many weaknesses. So, I absolutely cannot spell for shit. Ask anyone who's ever talked to me on Discord. You look at every message I send and they're all edited. I always have to go back in and fix my spelling. Oh, nice, dude. I can't wait to see it. That's going to be awesome. I love alternate history. Like I said, I'm not like a Conflict 47 purist where I'm like Conflict 47 instead of Dust. No, like I said, I hang out and I'm always in Weird War 2's Weird War's chat as well on his streams. I love all alternate history stuff. Dust, Conflict 47, you know, Octone Cthulhu, whatever you got. I think it's all cool. I look forward to seeing your bat rep, man. It's gonna be legit. by morning. Actually, yeah, let me catch up on all the messages people sent me. Actually, I want to see people's models. All right. Oh god, that is so cool. I'm catching up all the images you guys send me. Sean, your Doom guy is legit. The pumpkins, the vomiting pumpkins is my favorite part. God, that is so cool. Even the wood, like, I know it's kind of a dumb detail, but not just the rust on the metal on the wood, but like the top of the wood where it's been like hammered. Like, it actually looks like it's been hammered down into the ground. Like, you got the split and the coloration right. That's amazing, man. Don't worry, Bad Rabbit. I will text you that recipe for camo netting. Oh, yeah. Matthew, let me take a look at the stuff he sent me. Oh, yeah. These Conflict 47 models are looking great, brother. Oh, I didn't know you played in tournaments, Sean. I thought you were mostly just a painter. I didn't know you played. Best of luck, buddy. I know Matt Larkin plays. Matt Larkin's a beast. And he's actually ran tournaments. He's the full package when it comes to tabletop wargaming. And he puts up with me and hasn't banned me from morning's chat, so, you know, that's always nice. One can only shitpost too close to the sun. It is a cool looking model, Sean. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely take your time painting it because it's gonna look even better, but it looks great, dude. What a cool model. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't show like pictures on my stream. I don't mess with that because I don't want to show like what's on my computer screen and go back and forth, and it's one of the things that I think it would just create more problems than it would help, you know? That, or what if someone sent me a picture of their model and then like, I don't know, it gets like a whole weird thing, you know? No, Icarus has just been like, I know I'm a dumb teenager, but I'm pretty sure I can't fucking fly. I'm not gonna jump out of the tower with these wax things on my arms. Like, I think I'm just gonna hang out here. I'm good. So all I'm doing right now is going in and getting all the spots that my spray primer missed. I say my spray primer, it's me. I'm the one who missed. I clearly was spraying Zed primer. It's not like I was blaming the actual like spray primer. It did its job. It sprayed primer. I'm the one who did not get the model. And while these do look cool, Morty was not wrong. That is the downside of Conflict 47 right now. It can be very expensive to get certain models. Like I said, I know it's not optimal. Maybe it's not what people want. I totally understand that. If you want to play Conflict 47, the best and most affordable way to get in is the starter boxes. Because they're packaged in the box, those models, you're getting more for your money's worth. For instance, a Scorpion Lightwalker, if you find one outside of a starter's box that's not used, 40 to 45 American dollars, right? But you can get the starter set from the Imperial Japanese Army for usually about $100. So you take out the 40 to 45 that would be a Scorpion Lightwalker, you know, you're down to like maybe 50 something bucks, right? And then you still have a Chi-Ha with a compression cannon turret. That's like another 30, 40 bucks. Then on top of that, you also have heavy infantry. That's gonna be, that's another 20, 25 bucks. Then on top of that, you have like 24 regular infantry models. And then you also have the rule book and the dice and the pin markers. So you can see the only, I guess, approachable way to enter Conflict 47 if you don't already have a big sizable bolt action army is to get to start collecting boxes. It's the only way to get Rift Tech units for what would be reasonable prices for tabletop hobbies. You get them on their own and they start approaching, you know, Games Workshop prices. Yeah. I have a couple armies done. I'll probably start showcasing them here in a little bit. I'm just super behind on my video production because I was busy all winter long. Damn, you man, Larkin, don't make me laugh. I saw what you sent me. That was funny. Oh yeah. Oh man, your Matthew, your Ghost Warrior looks phenomenal. I absolutely love it. Yeah, that looks really, really good, man. Well done, brother. Yeah, I was having a hard time imagining the color scheme that you said, but I think that's my own limitations. My own internal graphics card, as it were. But no, seeing the picture, man, it looks great. Almost, not in a bad way. It kind of reminds me of like a Gundam suit, like the pilot suit, like what the pilot of a Gundam would wear. Like, I mean that in a good way. It looks really cool. Almost more like Cyberpunk, Akira style. It looks good. All these things I'm saying probably don't make sense to anybody else, and I hope it doesn't ruin it. You know what? No, I'm not looking at the second image, Larkin. You got me with the first one. You're not going to distract me again. You have no power here. Gandalf Stormcrow. I worry that that's what the second image is, and I'm not looking at it because of all the shit you're sending me. Alright, I'll risk it. Oh, they look awesome. Okay, damn. See, I knew the second thing was legit. He's painting some awesome Tau, and it has like a Tiki Floss style pattern to it. They look great. The first one was a ruse. Oh yeah, I love Cyberpunk. Yeah, I know, the second one's actually miniatures. I was like, I'm not gonna trust the second image. It's like, let me trust it, let me take a look. Yeah, all you need is blue painter's tape. I mean, it's probably the easiest vehicle painting job to do. Other than Mordian's one color. Which I can't say anymore. He actually, not only did he paint a Ho-Ha, he painted his before I finished mine. I'm not even upset. That took commitment. That man sat down because he knew I'd call him on his shit, and I told him he got it on eBay. He sat down and filmed it for 30 minutes. Didn't even stream it. It wasn't part of his live stream. He just recorded him painting it for 30 minutes because he knew I was gonna say some shit. I was so shocked and impressed. That was commitment to the bit. That was phenomenal. Now what we're doing is we're just tearing up our blue painter's tape for, I guess apparently now we're calling it the Tiki Flodge. I always just called it Vineyard Camo, but I guess Tiki Flodge is a whole lot easier to say. I cannot dispute that point. Yeah, I've seen that work a lot better, especially with the silly putty idea, Mad Larkin. I've seen that Night Lord players do that for their lightning armor. They'll put little like pebbles almost of silly putty, and they'll just paint in between the pebbles, and it gives like you legit lightning pattern armor. It looks phenomenal. It really does almost look like a BattleTech Mech Warrior style mech. Like I really enjoy the Locust. I think the Locust is a good build. The Grizzly isn't bad. The Grizzly just screams Diesel Punk. This actually screams like this could be BattleTech. I think when we have armored or when we have Walker platoons, you know, to put us in line with third edition, I think we actually hopefully will steal away some Mech Warrior players. Cause like, hey, are you enjoying Mech Warrior? Yes. Okay. Well, you know, not gonna get into the politics of it, you know, but you know, the Conflict 47 community is smaller and there's not a lot of politics involved. And it's also 28mm, so you can have like a whole bunch of 28mm mechs on the table. It should be a lot more fun. So you'll notice with this one I'm going a lot more vertical with it because I wanted to kind of have that vine, that jungle vine kind of look to it, you know? I wanted to go more vertical lines than horizontal lines, only because it's a tall vertical mech. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, imagine walking with like three Scorpion light mechs, or 3 Scorpion light walkers, and 2 Locust Medium Walkers. You know, that in, you know, a small little section of infantry. You know, and they're all like exosuits. That would be fucking legit. I mean, technically we do have Tank War for 2nd edition, and there are, if you go to Easy Army, you can do Tech War with, you can do Tank War with Conflict 47. So you could do it right now, technically, if you really wanted to. Dude, imagine that. Imagine like 3 or 4 light walkers and 2 or 3 medium walkers per side, and there's still some infantry on the ground with like AT rifles, you know, or like someone brings in like an M16 or the self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, you know, the half-track with the 450 cals, or someone brings like an Imperial Japanese AA truck, you know, with a little 20 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, just sit there trying to like drop these huge walkers breaking through the town. That'd be great. Oh, no. Keep sending them, buddy. They look great. Alright, so because the shape of this walker, a lot of these lines are probably going to be free-handed. I have a little bit of tape to go by, but a lot of it's going to have to be free-handed. Only because you have to think about, like, the motion of the walker and kind of like where the arms and legs swing, you know? Alright, let's get cracking, for better or worse. If it's all screwed up, we can always just hit the bad boy with Rattle Primer or Zandari Dust and start all over again. Ooh, man, that sounds like an awesome airborne force, RK. I plan on adding some Firefly infantry, but I'm going to go with Pulp miniatures. I'm going to order a whole bunch of Rocketeer models, and those are going to be my Firefly guys. That's why if you look at the short I did for Firefly Jump Infantry, I put in like scenes of Rocketeer. Yep. Let me guess, Sean. You know him. You guys drank ice cold Shiner Bock one time at a Texas barbecue. Let me know how close I am to being right. That's right. I said Shiner Bock. I'm from Texas. I know my beer. So all you do when you tear up your tape, you just paint real hard. Make sure you get, you know, wide paint strokes. You want to get half on the model, half on the paint. It was Yingling. How are you getting Yingling outside of the Northeast or outside of Tampa? I'm pressing X to doubt. Ice Cold Shiner is delicious, but it's a very good meal beer. Like, you can drink a Shiner anytime you want, but an Ice Cold Shiner with, like, good barbecue, that's something special. Yep, there it is. I used to live in PA. Yeah, well, a lot of people don't know is there's actually a Yingling brewery down here in Tampa. So like Yingling is actually like one of our local quote-unquote brews, even though it's made from way up in New England originally. I mean, we still have like Cigar City Brewery and stuff like that, but most people here in this area will drink Yingling. To each their own. Okay, nothing wrong with that. As long as you buy it and you drink it, you can do whatever. You can drink it however you like. I used to get a lot of flack because I like my wine cold. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's supposed to be enjoyed room temperature," and I'm like, "Yeah, well, that's what they said in the Middle Ages. You know, room temperature in a drafty French castle was pretty fucking cold." I've had a French 75, never a French 77. Alright, I'll take a look. I'll let you know if it's a decent deal or not. I am a pretty responsible hobbyist. Like, I do obviously spend money on plastic crap like everybody else, but I try and always get pretty good deals. Like I said, the reason why I jumped at Fallout Faction, I had store credit, and it was on sale for like 70... I think I got it for like 75 bucks, when it retails for like 113, so... The cool thing about plastic models, they don't expire, usually. So you can get them when they're on sale and build them when you get a chance to. Obviously, I don't give financial advice. Do what you can handle. But let me finish some of these guidelines, Larks, and I'll take a look. Hey! Hey Jess, what's going on, brother? How's it up in the cold frozen tundra, man? Yeah, I'm finally. Oh dang, my tape got jacked up. That's all right. We'll freehand that one. No. Matt Larkin, I'm looking at it. No. Do I think it's a good deal? I don't. Because you're looking at a starter pack plus the battle frame infantry officers plus a Locust. Shouldn't be that expensive. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest with you, man. But the Locust is hard to find. That may be one of the only ways to get it. You may be able to get a starter. Yeah, you may be able to get a starter pack cheaper at a local store on Amazon, and then try and pick up a Locust when you can. I'm sorry, buddy. I know I'm sitting here with a Locust in my hand, telling you no, don't get one that's super. I see that's kind of shitty. Not my intent, but to be honest with you, no, I don't think that's a very good deal. Locust should run you about 60 at most, like 70 for shipping. Alright, so there we go. We got some of our preliminary lines. Oh yeah, he's looking good. We got Tiki Flage on him. We're gonna have to freehand the rest of the lines though. If I had a spare Locust, man, I'd set you up with it. But I'm telling you right now, some people don't like to use it. I understand. Like I said, same thing as some of the other good channels out there. I try never to bring politics into it. I have splinters in my ass from sitting on the fence. But with Amazon, some people don't like to use Amazon. I understand why. You know, I'm not going to go pro or against. But if you want Conflict 47 at good prices, you have to watch Amazon. Check it every 2-3 days. I don't know why stuff goes on sale. So if you have Prime already for whatever reason, you can get starter boxes on Conflict 47. You gotta check every 2 or 3 days. Maybe I'll set up like a Tiki watch, you know, and set up when stuff's on sale, but you can get it for good price. Like I said, all these tanks, I was lucky. One time I picked up a Chiha platoon. So it was 3 Chihas in a box for like, I think I got it for like 70 bucks. It's insane. They're supposed to be like 30 or 40 bucks a pop. So you just gotta watch Amazon. Oh, don't put that evil on me, HS. Thank you for the kind words. I lead nothing. I am the jester, sir. I'm sure there is a king and a queen somewhere, but I am merely the jester. I would just like to see people play the game more, and if I can make it more accessible to people, that's awesome. No. Hey! What's going on, Steven? It's been a minute, brother. I'm so glad. I mean, I'm glad you caught the stream, but more importantly, I'm glad you're off on a weekend, man. I hope you're enjoying it. I've been painting for a minute. I watched morning stream, gave him shit as per my primary job, and I was painting models while I was doing it. I was just in a really good mood. I felt ready to paint. So as soon as this stream ended, I immediately kind of started mine. So I've been going for a little while. And I will be going till, I'll be going for about another hour. I'll be going till 6 a.m. Eastern, so if you guys are still on board, feel free to hang out and chat. I kind of want to finish this walker, actually, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really digging the, damn, now you guys got me saying Tiki Flush. I'm really enjoying it, particularly, I never realized how much I'd like it for a vertical model like this, but the vines are really cool. See, Mad Larkin, my brother, I would not lead you astray, buddy. Yeah, I think I have like two starter. To be fair, in case anyone watches Letterkenny, I did get one IJA starter box for Comet 47 so I could do an unboxing video, and then I just obviously benefited from all the awesome models inside. Nice. Steven, who are you rooting for? God, I love rugby. I don't watch sports anymore, but I do love rugby. I love playing rugby and I love watching rugby. The two sports I enjoy watching are rugby and soccer. I know, very un-American of me, but I like what I like. No, sir. No, they do not, Mad Larkin. They are straight up your IJA infantry sprue. So I will show you what you get, because I haven't put out the video yet. You get the Scorpion Light Walker. So you see my Scorpion Walkers. They're not here right now. They're set up somewhere else. But you get a plastic Chiha kit that you can build as a Chiha, or you can do like the Wasp body, and you get the compression turret. There you go. You actually get the Chiha Kaishinto with compression cannon. You will get actually 1, 2, 3, 4. You will get these 5 heavy infantry. So these guys come as metal. And they come, one has SMG and grenade launcher. Another SMG grenade launcher. This one is technically a light machine gun. You can tell he has like a modified Type 11/Type 92 machine gun. You'll get another one that has an SMG and grenade launcher. And then your last one should be the SMG and sword/bayonet close combat weapon. So these are the exact 5 poses of heavy infantry that you'll get, and they are all metal. So you get 24 IJA infantry. So we know they come 6 bodies on a standard IJA sprue, so you're gonna get 4 sprue of IJA infantry. Same shit you'd get in regular bolt action. You'll get 5 exosuits. What I would recommend with the exosuits, if you have excess, Panzer Shriek, use those bits. If not, honestly, you can just cut little like stir straws or something like that, or cut some kind of straw and just kind of paint it green or tan and call it a Panzer Shriek. Get creative with it. You can trash bash what you want, but I would model Panzer Shriek because the exosuits, 2 of them can make up an anti-tank team. So what this gives you is you can literally have a leader being an exosuit, and you can have 2 anti-tank exosuit teams. You can even magnetize it so that way you can use them for whatever you want. Yeah, the only Rift-Tech stuff you get is the exosuits, which are all metal. You get the a regular Chi-Ha plus the actual turret for it to make it Rift-Tech, and you get a Scorpion Lightwalker. Steven, they do. You have the option to pay points and take compression rifles on your Japanese exosuits. They're just not modeled. The 5 that you get in the starter box aren't modeled that way. But they are just the starter box ones. I think that's how they get you. We're hoping they put out a plastic kit and make it modular. And the one thing you don't need, but I'll show you anyways, Larkin, is you do get a full-on Chi-Ha kit, so you can build it with the turret like this for Conflict 47, and then pop it off, put on your Chi-Ha turret, and now you have a Chi-Ha legal bolt action tank. So you're getting, not to try and sell you, that's not my job, but you're getting, 24 standard infantry, and you're getting a Chi-Ha tank for $99, plus a rulebook, plus dice, order dice. You take account how much order dice run, that's a good chunk of it as well right there. Plus pin markers and all the other stuff. So I'll stop sales pitching. Again, I'm just to squash any rumors. I am not affiliated with Warlord Games. I just really like the Imperial Japanese Army. So that being said, to be perfectly honest with you guys, the Japanese starter army, Imperial Japanese starter armor, it can be a good value. That depends on you. The American box, the value's not really there. The German one is not bad. The German one, if you can get it at a good price, is actually pretty cool. As much as I don't like the USSR, nothing against it. It's just not my playstyle. I'll probably never have a Soviet army, but I can't debate the value. If you can find the Conflict 47 USSR starter kit, the value is disgusting. I don't. There's no way they're making profit off that. It is insane. The troops, the AT rifles, the Cossack Lightwalker, the Sonic Cannon T-34. Oh god, it is stupidly good. It is a stupid good value. The German one is not bad because you get you're getting a Spine Lightwalker, which is really good and cool. You get the Panzer IV-X, and I use the Panther X, and it is ungodly on the tabletop. So the Panther IV wouldn't be that bad at all. plus you get some zombies. So, okay, here's why I say stay away. Not stay away, but here's why I caution against the German start collecting box. Nothing wrong with it. The Spine and the Panzer IV-X is beautiful. Good value, super cool, right? The problem is the zombies. The Conflict 47 zombies are outrageously expensive. I don't know why. Not my monkey, not my circus, right? Wargame Atlantic, who I always shill for, not associated with them either. They're releasing a zombie box, and in that zombie box, they have heads so that the zombies go with different time eras. They have like medieval Dark Ages, they have World War II, World War I, sci-fi, high-tech. So just get those. Or what I did, I don't know if they still make them, but Lord of War, Mantic Games, I bought the Lord of War zombies. You got like, it says you get 40 zombies in the box, but they don't tell you is 10 of those zombies are just like corpse like torsos crawling out of the ground. So they don't really count as a model. I mean, it depends how you want to model them, I guess. So realistically, you got 30 zombies, but these are those. These are the Mantic. These are the Mantic Lord of War zombies. Obviously, I put the Tiki mask on from a Frostgrave Arpelago box from Tribals. But the rest of this is, and you can see the scale. It's dead on. HS, I think heavy infantry will go into their own platoons. I think that's going to be very strict, and I'm glad. I think you'll only be able to take heavy infantry officers and heavy infantry platoons, and I think you have to have a rifle platoon to have a heavy infantry platoon. You know what? Let me take a double look real quick. Let me let some of this paint set, guys, if you guys don't mind bearing with me. I'm going to do something I love to do, and that's answer Conflict 47 questions and pretend like I know what I'm talking about. Give me 2 segundos, Madlark, and I'll take a look for you. Oh yeah, oh, hands down. Yeah, so I have the Allied Coyote / Guardian Light Walker, so you can build it as both. The only difference is the Guardian generally has like a flamethrower underneath. So that should run you about 30 or 40. A Tesla Sherman's gonna run you about same thing, 30, 40. So that right there, you're already at 80. You add in the heavy infantry, that's gonna put you well above. That's gonna put you at 90. Then you add in, what is that? 20 troops? Yeah, plus 20 infantry, plus order dice. Yeah. It's not the best value in the world, but it's not a bad value. Plus you're also getting a free, not a free, but you're getting a Sherman tank, plus a Sherman Tesla tank. And a Sherman Tesla tank, so the only problem with that, to be perfectly honest with you, is as far as like for the tabletop Mad Larkin, it's a good value, it's a cool starter set, but it's not the best built starter set, if that makes sense. It's kind of shitty of me to say. It's not very good at AT, but neither is the Imperial Japanese one either. I mean, a compression cannon on a Chiha, and a light compression cannon on a Scorpion, that's pretty dangerous to tanks. I fielded it, it works. Tesla's not bad, but it's not super good. The Coyotes don't really have anything, or Guardians don't really have anything that's anti-tank. I mean, they can get in there and literally grab a tank and flip it over and dick punch it. You know, that works. If you have... Yeah, I see, I'm looking at it right now on Amazon, 97 bucks. If you have American AT options, you're golden. If you don't have any American AT stuff, that's the only reason why I don't like the American Starter Army. It's a little lacking in AT, but I think it'd be alright. But you can always take the Sherman with a medium AT gun instead of Tesla. You know, so what I say isn't that much value. That, like, money-wise, it's good. It's worth it. The other thing you always gotta remember is the order dice is what really kind of puts it over too. So basically what it is you're getting the order dice. You're getting the order dice and the 20 infantry for free. So the Coyote Light Walker, the Tesla, the Sherman kit plus a Tesla Rift Tech turret, plus what is that? 5 heavy infantry. Yeah, you're looking at that right there is about $90. So you're getting the rule book, the pin markers, the order dice, and the troops for free. That's the way I look at it. Maybe other people have a different way of looking at values. Oh, Nathan, are you talking about Restrepo? Are you talking about Restrepo? That's a good movie. Yes, Steve, yeah, the old zombie box and the old Chaos Marauder box from GW used to be amazing values for kit bashing. Alright, let me get back to doing some Tiki Flodge in this guy. Hopefully I help, Mad Larkin. I said I don't know much, but I can help you calculate value. I said I personally like the Imperial Japanese starter box, not just because obviously I'm biased as shit, but also the AT. You take light compression on your Chiha, light compression on your Scorpion Walker, and then you can literally just cut some straws, paint them green, and glue them to the back of your heavy infantry, and you have 2 anti-tank teams. So yeah, the Imperial Japanese are not hurting for anti-tank. But the same thing goes for the heavy infantry on the American set. I'm sitting here being kind of hypocritical. You can, it sounds kind of cheap at first, unless you have bazookas handy. If you already have bazookas on another sprue, you're good. You can literally put bazookas on your heavy infantry, and they're taken as super bazookas. So they have like a little bit better range and better damage. It puts them in line with Panther Shrieks, and their heavy infantry. And heavy infantry have IR and stuff like that, so they can see through smoke. Oh yeah, the one with Orlando Bloom. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, Nathan, that's called Tuesday, man. A lot of places you're surrounded in a cave, or you're surrounded in a canyon like that, and it's just 762 raining down, and gravity does the work. I need to see that movie. I actually haven't seen it. But Nathan, if you can find it, look up OP Restrepo. You know, Oscar Papa, OP Restrepo. It's a really, 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 really good film. It's more of a documentary. That might be what this movie's about. It might be about, you know, that documentary. Now, I'm gonna say this, and I want to clarify. I'm not trying to take credit for anything I didn't do. I'm not trying to sound badass, because I'm not. But if you want to see some of the stuff that I saw, some of the stuff I did, some of it. There's something called, I don't know what the documentary is. The unit was called the Pedros. They were the PJs. It may just be called Pararescue. I don't fucking know. But I know they made a documentary out of it. It was before I got there, because I was there in 2015. But I did fly away security with a lot of the H-860s with the PJs. So I knew the Pedros really well. We pulled security for them a lot. So a lot of their more dangerous dust-offs and medevac missions, we were there providing security for them. So, but it does show you a really good glimpse into what Bagram looked like, if you're curious. Yeah, I just felt really bad. That I could be like, hey, is this thing cool? And it have like the exact model I'm painting. I'm like, no, don't get that. As I sit here and paint the model in front of you. It just feels bad, like telling a kid they can't have sweets while you eat like a cake in front of them, you know? Felt really bad. Ooh, that sounds good. I actually had a what did I have? Oh, I had a leftover bonsai burger. You know, with God, even that's tiki. Jesus, I have a problem. I even eat themed, but it's a burger with a pineapple slice and teriyaki sauce. God, what is wrong with me? So what are you guys thinking so far? How do you like the Locust? Tiki Flage looking alright? I gotta do the arms in the back. Freehanding is the hardest part because I'm trying not to make an obvious pattern. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate it. I see there's some pistons I missed back in the elbow. I gotta get that piston. On the plus side, I should finish him. I won't be able to base him. Basing is gonna be a pain in the ass. Because the way I built the legs, I mean, he is a heavy, thick bitch. So I have to literally prop him up on a base once I figure out how I'm gonna base him. Don't do it, Mad Larkin. It's not you'll never financially recover for this. Your free time will never recover. Well, not to sway you one way or the other, Mad Larkin, but I can't say here in, Conflict 47, we don't change your rules on you last minute, but we're expecting a rules change coming anytime, so that would be a lie. Hey, RK, take it easy, brother. I appreciate you staying up so late, man. It's great. I'm looking forward to meeting you on the 22nd. I think you guys are going to win, but I think it's going to be an absolute blast of a game. Thanks for staying up, brother. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Take it easy, man. Seriously, thank you. Yeah, honestly, it's not a bad idea. And they'll change starter sets because right now, with a starter set, you can't build a really good bolt action army because just like the bolt action starter sets, we only get one tank. It doesn't fit the current like platoon rules, so that's the other reason why I say hold off. But I'm also comfortable saying hold off because I bought like 2 myself, so I'm sitting on plenty of scorpions and She-Ha turrets, so it's easier for me to say that because I already got them. I don't have FOMO. No. No. I'm trying to be honest about it. No, I don't. Only because in the lore, the way the Pacific campaign is going, the way this Rift Tech, it really is going to be kind of a one-size-fits-all branches. I don't think the Marine Corps is going to get unique stuff. What I would like to see for the Marine Corps, what I think would be cool, is maybe like a 6-legged medium walker that's like an armor personnel carrier. So imagine like a what are those called, like the alligators, right? Or imagine like an Amtrak, but instead of treads it has 6 legs, you know, so its legs can be tucked in and it can like go like a boat, you know, they can kick its legs out and kind of walk ashore, you know. That's what I would see. Maybe that would be something unique for the Marines. I would imagine like a medium-sized walker that's made for carrying troops for amphibious landings. But as far as Marines, I would see more flame variants. So I would see, you know, because they don't like the heavy infantry in the Pacific. It's too hot. The units don't like it at all, at least in the lore. But they already have the British Guardian that has a flamer. So I would actually see like British Guardians being used by the Marines. It's just with the way that what the Marine Corps were, and the way they improvised a lot of their equipment. They also stole a lot of their equipment like they should. I don't see them really getting, other than they already have the pond skater and the mud skipper, so they already have two of their own proprietary systems. All right. So we got going on here. Oh yeah, look at this bad boy. The Tiki flage is officially done on all sides, even the back. Now we just gotta paint some of the other stuff, some of the detail work. Yeah, I don't know if I'd see the Marines using Tesla, only because, like I said, with all the trees and foliage, I feel like it would block a lot of it, you know. And water, obviously, probably not really a good idea for Tesla. Tell you what, you know what I would see actually? I'm not gonna lie. When you think of Marines, you think of high physicality and morale. I'll tell you what I would see for the Marines. Honestly, I think the Marines would get their own Paragon system. I think that is what you'll see. I think there'll be like Marine-specific Paragon units. That makes a lot more sense to me, because they're generally more about the on-the-ground fighting, you know, stuff like that. So I would see that with the Marines. I think they'd lean more into Paragon than they would heavy infantry. But yeah, so when you listen to the lore or read the lore, the American heavy infantry do not, or the infantry don't like the heavy infantry suits in the Pacific because it's slow and hot and slows them down. And you got to remember the Imperial Japanese exosuits are fast, so. Also, but with that being said, HS, I would see the Marine Corps taking, right now, only the Kingdom of Italy, so the South Italians that are with the Allies, only they can take Tesla stewards. I would see the Marine Corps getting access to Tesla stewards. That makes sense to me. You know, you still have Tesla Shermans, but I'd also give them, you know, Tesla stewards. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, no, you nailed it. That's exactly what it is. Paragon Frogmen. That would be the unit I would see. Yeah, they would get literally UDTs, underwater demolition teams. Paragon underwater demolition teams. You know what? You can even go full nerd with it if you want, and like lean into like the lore and go like full Black Manta. You know, like from the DC era, where like these were, you know, almost, you know, half human, half not kind of thing. You could have a lot of fun with it. Ooh, I'll say another unit I would see for the Marine Corps. If you guys are interested, particularly with good Conflict 47, I would see kind of like what the Germans have, a heavy sniper team for the Marine Corps. That is something I think I would 100%. Yeah, I could see that happening. You get you get an AT rifle. It's a 2-man team. AT rifle, and assault rifle, and they would have like the infiltrator rule or something like that. So it's like a sniper team, but it's a heavy sniper team. That is something I would see the Marine Corps using for World War II. You know, one guy gets an assault rifle, one guy gets an AT rifle. They already kind of have it already for the Germans. Alright, let me get back to the details on this guy. Yeah, like I said, I could see Paragon, I could see Frogman, but that would be the thing. That's the other thing that screams to me, anyway, someone who's not a Marine, that screams, you know, USMC for like World War II era would be their marksmanship. So I think they'd focus more on specialized infantry than they would specialized tanks. If they do specialized tanks, it would be flame tanks. You know, they wouldn't use a lot of Tesla, but they'd use because again, you gotta think, Tesla in the jungle and Tesla in the caves, trying to clear out tunnels and caves, that's not gonna be useful at all, you know? But flame, oh, that's a whole other world. Yeah, so the Stinger machine gun it was a 30 caliber machine gun, but it was taken off of an aircraft, and what that means is it had a faster firing rate because it was made to be on the wing of an aircraft flying at like 300 to 400 miles per hour while shooting, and that was supposed to keep it cool, versus on the ground it would rapidly overheat. So it had a faster firing rate, but it was highly prone to overheat. Yeah, so they took that 30 cal off an aircraft, you know, broke down a carbine and a Garand and put a wooden stock on it and made a Stinger. Yep. And I don't know how overpowered this would be. I'm not a games mechanic guy, but again, something I think would be cool leaning into it for Marine Corps, because they're all about rifle marksmanship. Maybe they have the ability, like in their veteran squad, like if they take give them Marine Raiders, right? Marine Raiders is one of their infantry squads they can take. You take Marine Raiders, they have to be all veteran. You know, they carry SMGs, or the sergeant has an SMG. Sergeant could take an SMG. You know, everybody gets rifles, and they have the option of taking an AT rifle inside of their Raider squad. That would be kind of cool. Because you can give them, because if they hunker down and don't move, they're gonna get all those rifle shots plus an AT rifle embedded in the squad. And then also give them a flamethrower, you know, a flamethrower and an AT. Holy shit. That would be a monster killer too. You know, you go up against Shrek Wolfens or Ursus infantry or zombies. Oh, you'll rip them to shreds. I don't think Fireflies can take bazookas. I know they can take flamethrowers and SMGs and BARs. Also, there is grenade launchers now, so I think that's something the Americans will see a lot more of. I think you'll actually see, like, grenadiers, actual grenade launchers embedded in squads. Yeah, honestly, the way I do that is I would go back to what Paragon squads were, where you could actually take a squad of Paragons. So you got like 3 or 4 of them, and you had to pick which ones you took. That's what I have available to the Army, you know, Rangers, Airborne, what have you. But then for the Marine Corps, I'd give them what's called the Paragon Support Squad. So what that is you get a squad of veterans, and they're led by one of the Paragon soldiers. And that squad gets the ability of the Paragon soldier. That's what I would do with the Marine Corps. I'd give them that, and I would give them that. Like a Tesla Stewart, and I would give them the same heavy sniper team that the Germans have. I know you're kind of thinking like AT rifles aren't that good, but USMC is generally up against the Imperial Japanese with all our light walkers, light tankettes, light tanks. Those AT rifles will punch right through. But yeah, originally Paragons were taken like in a group of like 3 or 4. And then they became Paragon Support Squad, where you get 1 Paragon and a squad of veteran infantry. Kind of like Sergeant Fury and the Howling Commandos, you know, instead of the Avengers. Well, like I said, I can sit here and be theoretical with you. I'm not good at balancing and crunching stuff. That takes way better people than me. But I'm happy to listen to ideas and let you know what might or might not fit in the lore, because I read it a lot. That's all I can do for you guys. I'm sorry. But yeah, most of the units that I think the Marine Corps, as far as like armor that they'd find handy, is already in the universe. Particularly the Coyote Walkers. I think they would get their hands on as many of, I'm sorry, not the Coyote, the Guardians, the British variant with the hand flamers. They'd get as many of those as they possibly could. Not bad. I know it was a long stream. Sorry, I know I've got a little bit quieter and quieter as I got along. I know it was a long stream, but we got a lot done. We painted an AT rifle team. We painted our little IJA AT rifle team. We finished our IJA tank commander. We built, we painted a full Ho-Ha Trans. The only thing that's missing is that I gotta finish the flag. That's it. Everything else is painted. And we finished this guy. It's gotta do. I put a little too much stripe. That's the hardest thing. It's like knowing when to stop striping. So I gotta fix some stripes. And then add in some glass, and then we'll be good to go. Sure thing, HS. Give me a second. Those are my IJ AT rifles. And then I'm working on these, HS. You haven't seen these. I'm testing out a paint scheme and how I want to do the basing for my Imperial Japanese Navy. Still working on exactly how I want to do it. Thanks, HS. Yeah, I like marking the helmets for like special weapons with that grass. You know, that way I can really pick out special units from like standard infantry. Makes it easier when you're playing the tabletop game too. Yeah, these are all, I show you guys, these are all simple stuff. Like I said, I'm not very, I'm consistent, but I'm not very skilled. And stuff I get's like nothing too crazy. So Citadel paints, super glue, grass tufts, you know. From, what is that, Army Painter grass tufts? Yeah. Nothing too crazy. I usually use Army Painter, but I think those grass tufts are from Citadel. It's the... Focus, there it is. Citadel Vita Velt Tufts. But I usually like to use Army Painter. They're my preferred grass tuff people. I just wanted to make sure that I differed up my tufts, you know, so they're not all the exact same, because I feel like too much uniformity in the grass tufts is gonna like defeat the purpose. There we go. I just made that line on the nose a little bit not as thick. There you go. I like that a lot better. Okay, cool. That's the only downside when you're doing it. You'll like do way too many lines. You're like, okay, when do I stop? When do I stop? When do I stop? When do I stop? Shit, too many green lines. That's the downside to free. That's why I don't like to freehand it. I like doing the tape, but on that model, the tape was hard to use. But I still got some good basic lines out of it. Sounds like I'm talking about cocaine late in the stream, doing too many lines. Oh, there it is. Well, I'll say, where the hell is my Chaos Black? It all depends. You really need to see how you're painting your army as far as like with swamp work. There's another good one. See, do I have the grass tufts nearby? I think I might. No. So I also used these really cool ones I got from a buddy of mine. First event I went to. I don't think they're army painter. They might be. They may be like a smaller brands. But they had like scorched grass, so it's kind of like graveyard style grass. So it's meant to for I guess like chaos or like vampire count armies. But it's what I like to use on some of my horror units. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, feel free to steal the idea if you like it for your special weapons for the Imperial Japanese. Once you paint their helmets green, put a little super glue dot on top and just plop down a grass tuft. It works. You'll never lose your, your riflemen, or you'll never lose your light mortars or machine guns. It's also good if you have like a squad of 10, you're trying to figure out who's the loader and who's the machine gunner. Because even the light machine guns, they have mags, they also have bayonets, so they kind of blend in. Yes, we all know. I don't know if it's an accent or a speech impediment, but when I say horror, it sounds like whore. Oh, God. Cracks me up. Yes, horror. Not whore. Whore has one syllable. Horror has 2 syllables. Either way, you get excited if I say we're gonna watch a horror movie. Cracks me up. I don't have to enunciate, it's my own stream. Fight me. Alright, let me see if I like how this looks. Can I add something, but I'm not sure about it, but it should be easy to fix if I don't like it. A little bit of glass. Yep. The glass is the final touch. I think we're good. Yeah, that's my plan. So I either want to come over to the UK either for the release of Conflict 47 or for the release of the Imperial Japanese Armies book. I'm not sure which one. And I'm going to do my best to try and play as many people as possible, while I'm there. And also still hang out with Mrs. Tiki and go see the sights. Oh, oof. Almost forgot the most important part. last ingredient. Ah. You gotta have it, you know? Yeah, I plan to. I plan to HS. One day. I like to imagine, Steven, that there's like one of those like little hula girls like on the dash, like on the inside of the walker, inside the cockpit. Yeah, see. Interesting story, HS. Yeah, tabletop board gaming, it's a good stretch for the mind. It really takes you places and keeps you from trouble, you know? Like this whole 6 hours I could have spent, you know, playing a video game. Those are all playing video games. I play a shit ton of them, you know? But at the end of the day, when you save it and you log off, what progress do you have? You know, I have a save file or maybe an achievement, you know, but now I can look down and see like, hey, I fucking painted that. Hey, I built and painted that guy, you know? It's a different kind of progress thing. It's not as good as going to the gym, but it still feels pretty damn good. So. I just noticed some springs back here on the inside of the feet. Hit it with some lead belcher, then some Nolan oil. Super easy. Nothing crazy. I was tempted to do like a crew member hanging out of the walker, but I kind of like it buttoned up. It just made more sense to me. I had to override that cool factor, you know? Nice. Once I put the Nolan on this should take us right to the end of the stream. A nice long 6-hour stream. Why not? Hopefully I didn't bore you guys too much. I appreciate y'all hanging out. A lot of you hung out the entire time, which blows my mind. Super appreciate the support. Absolute crazy. Awesome crazy, but truly mind-blowing. I hope some other people were building and painting while I was. Hopefully got some cool stuff done. Alright, cool. We got the back of the legs, pistons in there, and we got the shocks inside the leg. That's what we were missing last time. Alright, yeah, that's him done. Yeah, you see a little glass. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Small details. As I said, I wanted that because I wanted the 3 separate colors. You know, you have the tan, the green, you have the black of the guns, but I wanted something a little bit different. And I wanted the blue, the window. I'll be on again tomorrow, HS, from 02 Eastern to probably 04 Eastern. I've been scaling back my hours. It's just today I had a bunch of free time, so I wanted to paint. But I'm scaling back down to about 2 hours a night, Saturdays and Sundays. Take it easy, HS. I appreciate the kind words, man. But I'm just here to help out and have fun. You know, show off some models. Well, I hope the chicken's nice. Hope it doesn't peck your toes. Chickens are aggressive. Alright, let me go ahead and end the poll. Let's see what we officially had here. Alright, ending the poll. Oh my god, it was almost a perfect split again. Matt, let the dice and good times roll. What a great answer. You guys are awesome. Again, unfortunately, usually I'm pretty chill, but this is the one thing I'm kind of like, because it's like the very first thing, you know, like you both agree to it, and they show up and they're already kind of messing up. They're kind of like messing up the orders. They're already trying to like sneak a sunrise past a rooster. You know what I'm talking about? You know, already first thing in the game, like, oh yeah, I have 5 extra points. Like, come on, man. I think it's like a setting the tempo, as it were. But we're not going to get to that. I don't want to get all negative about that. Everybody has their own style. That's cool. A sweet chicken. Never seen it. I believe you, Sean, because you're usually right about most things, but I don't know. Most chickens are mean. Hey, and you know what? The best part is, oh, hold on. It's doing stuff on its own. Let me fix that for you guys. Boom. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. It started just doing its own thing. All right. Yeah, I think you're saying like 5 points is one thing, 50 points is something else. You know what? To each their own. I get that, and I can appreciate it. It's all about, like you said, communicating between you and your opponent on what you guys want to do. So sorry about that. It transitioned on its own. It's not supposed to do that. Well, guys, it's been a fun stream. I know I started super early, you know, with no advance warning. sometimes I'll do that. Sometimes I'll start early. Sometimes I'll run late. You know, usually it's at least going to be 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. Eastern, Saturdays and Sundays. If I'm not able to make it, I'll put out a post on YouTube. But if I start early, yeah, it's kind of tiki time. You know, it's kind of ebb and flow with the tide. So that being said, it is already 6 a.m. So for those of you going to bed, crazy animals, I hope you get the sleep you deserve. I hope Squig Herder Sean is a better squig herder, or just as good of a chicken herder than he is a squig herder, and he finds his chicken. For those of you going to sleep, I hope you get that good deep sleep that you need, that REM sleep. I hope you regenerate. For those of you going to work, man, I hope you have a great day at work. It's the weekend. I hope things are chill. I hope you don't have to send in your TPS reports. You know, you don't have to sit down and explain what it is you do. You don't have to beat up a printer in the hallway. You don't have to do any of that crazy stuff. Ultimately, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and please don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki Time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on wooden sand, Type 30 rifles in hand, hula gals with sunburned smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadow dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.